After forming this compact and taking oaths, they hastened to Rome, giving the impression that they were all going to rule on equal terms, but each having the intention of getting the entire power himself. Yet they had learned in advance very clearly before this, and very plainly at this time also, what was going to happen. For in the case of Lepidus, a serpent that coiled about a centurion's sword, and a wolf that entered his camp and his tent while he was eating dinner, and knocked over the table, foretold at once his future power and the trouble that was to follow it. In the case of Antony, the flowing of milk around about the trenches, and the resounding of a kind of chant at night, foretold the satisfactions that he was to experience, and the destructions that were to grow out of them. These portents befell them before they entered Italy, but in Caesar's case it was at this very time, immediately after the covenant had been made, that an eagle settled upon his tent, and killed 2 crows, which had attacked it, and were trying to pluck out its feathers, a sign which gave him the victory over both his rivals. So they came to Rome with all their troops, first Caesar and then the others, each one separately, and immediately they enacted through the tribunes the laws they had agreed upon. For the measures which they dictated and forced through not only assumed the name of law, but actually had to be supported by petitions, since the triumvirs required to be besought earnestly to pass them. Hence sacrifices were voted in honour of them, as if for successes, and the people changed their attire as if they had been blessed by fortune, although great fear was upon them because of these very acts, and still greater fear because of omens. For the standards of the army which were guarding the city became covered with cobwebs, pieces of armour were seen to rise up from the earth to the sky, and a great clashing that came from them was heard. In the shrine of Asclepius, bees gathered in swarms on the ceiling, and crowds of vultures settled on the temple of the Genius Populi, and on that of Concordia. And while the people were still in this state of mind, those murders by prescription which Sulla had once indulged in were once more resorted to, and the whole city was filled with corpses. Many were killed in their houses, many even in the streets, and here and there in the fora and around the temples. The heads of the victims were once more set up on the rostra, and their bodies either allowed to lie where they were to be devoured by dogs and birds, or else cast into the river. Everything that had been done before in the day of Sulla occurred also in this time, except that only 2 white tablets were posted, one for the senators and one for the others. The reason for this I have not been able to learn from anyone else or to find out myself, for the only reason that might occur to one, namely that fewer were to be put to death, is by no means true, since many more names were posted, owing to the fact that there were more persons making the lists. However, this circumstance did not cause the prescriptions to differ from the murders on the earlier occasion, since the posting of the names of the prominent citizens, not promiscuously along with those of the rabble, but separately, must surely have seemed a very absurd distinction to the men who were to be murdered on precisely the same terms. But over against this one difference there was not a few other conditions of a very distressing nature that fell to their lot, although Sulla's prescriptions to all appearances left no room for outdoing them. In Sulla's time, to be sure, the perpetrators had committed their shocking deeds on the spur of the moment, insomuch as they were trying this sort of thing for the first time and not as the result of deliberate planning, and hence in most cases they behaved less wickedly, since they were acting not with malice of forethought, but as chance directed, and the victims, encountering misfortune which came upon them suddenly and had never before been heard of by them, found some alleviation in the unexpectedness of their sufferings. At this time, however, when men had either taken part themselves in all the former terrible deeds, or had beheld them, or were at any rate thoroughly acquainted with them from recent descriptions, and accordingly in all the time between, in the expectation of a recurrence of similar outrages, had on the one hand been devising many additional horrors, with the idea that they would inflict them, and on the other hand been conjuring up additional terrors with the idea that they would suffer them, the perpetrators resorted to the most unusual devices in their emulation of the outrages of yore, and their consequent eagerness to introduce them into their schemes, by their ingenuity, novel features of some sort. And the victims, reflecting upon all that they might suffer, underwent great tortures in their minds, even before their bodies were put to torture, as if they were already in the very midst of their sufferings. Another reason for their faring worse on this occasion than before was that previously only the enemies of Sulla and of the leaders associated with him were destroyed, whereas among the friends of Sulla or of the other men no one perished, at least not at Sulla's bidding, so that apart from the very wealthy, who can never be at peace on such occasions with the man more powerful than themselves, all the rest had no cause for fear. In this second series of murders, however, not only the men's enemies or the rich were being killed, but also their best friends, incredible as it may seem. For in general almost nobody had incurred the enmity of these men for any mere private cause, to such an extent as to be murdered by them, but it was their public relations and their changing of their allegiance from one political leader to another that had created for the Romans not only their friendships, but also their violent enmities. For everyone who had made common cause or cooperated with his neighbours in anything was regarded by all the rest in the light of an enemy, and thus it came about that the same persons had become friends of someone of the leaders and enemies of them all as a body, so that while privately each leader was merely taking vengeance upon those who had plotted against him, as a group they were destroying even their dearest friends. For in consequence of the dealings they had had with one another, they kept a sort of reckoning of the items of friend and enemy, and no one of their number could take vengeance on one of his enemies if he was a friend of one of the other two without giving up some friend in return, and because of their resentment over what was past and their suspicion regarding the future, they cared nothing about the saving of an associate as over against their vengeance upon an adversary, and therefore readily gave their friends in return. In consequence, they were now offering up to each other their staunchest friends in return for their bitterest enemies, and getting their most implacable foes in return for their closest comrades, sometimes exchanging equal numbers and sometimes several for one or fewer for more, and carrying on their negotiations in general after the fashion of a market, particularly in overbidding one another as at an auction. If one person was found who matched another in value so that there was a parity between them, there was an even exchange, but those whose value was enhanced by some excellence or rank or even relationship perished each at the price of several lives. For, as is natural in civil wars, which last a long time and involve many incidents, many had in the course of the strife come into collision even with their nearest relatives. For example, Antony had found an enemy in his uncle Lucius Caesar, and Lepidus in his brother Lucius Paulus. But though the lives of these men were spared, yet many of the rest were slaughtered even in the houses of their friends and relatives, at whose hands they most confidently expected to be saved and honoured. For in order that no one should hesitate to kill another out of fear of being deprived of the rewards, insomuch as Marcus Cato in his quaestorship had demanded back from those who had murdered anyone in the time of Sulla all that they had received for their work, they proclaimed that the name of none of the perpetrators should be registered in the public records. Encouraged by this, men proceeded to slay in addition to the others also the well-to-do, even when they had no dislike for any of them, for since they stood in need of vast sums of money, have had no other source from which to satisfy the desires of the soldiers, they affected a kind of common enmity against the rich, and among the many other lawless acts they committed in carrying out this policy, they took a lad and enrolled him among the youths of military age in order that they might kill him as now classed among the grown men. These acts were committed chiefly by Lepidus and Antony, for they had been honoured by the former Caesar for many years, and as they had been holding offices and governorships for a long time, they had many enemies. But Caesar seems to have taken part in the business merely because of his sharing the authority, since he himself had no need at all to kill a large number, for he was not naturally cruel, and had been brought up in his father's ways. Moreover, as he was still a young man and had just entered politics, he was under no necessity in any case of having many persons violently killed, and besides, he wished to be loved. Proof of this is that from the time he broke off his joint rulership with his colleagues and held the power alone, he no longer did anything of the sort, and even at this time he not only refrained from destroying many but actually saved a very large number, and he treated with great severity those who betrayed their masters or friends, and very leniently with those who helped others. Witness the case of Tanusia, a woman of note. She at first concealed her husband Titus Vinius, one of the proscribed, in a chest at the house of a freedman named Philopomon, and so made it appear that he had been killed. Later she waited for a popular festival which a relative of hers was to direct, and through the influence of Caesar's sister Octavia brought it about that Caesar alone of the triumvirs entered the theatre. Then she rushed in and informed him of her deed, of which he was still ignorant, brought in the chest itself, and produced from it her husband. Caesar, astonished, released all of them, for death was the penalty also for such as concealed anyone, and enrolled Philopomon among the knights. So Caesar saved the lives of as many as he could, and Lepidus allowed his brother Paulus to escape to Miletus, and was not inexorable towards the others. But Antony killed savagely and mercilessly, not only those whose names had been posted, but likewise those who had attempted to assist any of them. He always viewed their heads, even if he happened to be eating, and sated himself to the fullest extent on this most unholy and pitiable sight, and even Fulvia also caused the death of many, both to satisfy her enmity and to gain their wealth, and in some cases men with whom her husband was not even acquainted. At any rate, when he saw the head of one man, he exclaimed, "I knew not this man." When, however, the head of Cicero was also brought to them one day, he had been overtaken and slain in flight. Antony uttered many bitter reproaches against it, and then ordered it to be exposed on the rostra more prominently than the rest, in order that it might be seen in the very place where Cicero had so often been heard declaiming against him, together with his right hand, just as it had been cut off. And Fulvia took the head into her hands before it was removed, and after abusing it spitefully and spitting upon it, set it on her knees, opened the mouth, and pulled out the tongue, which she pierced with the pins that she used for her hair, and at the same time uttering many brutal jests, Yet even this pair saved some persons from whom they got more money than they could expect to obtain by their death, and in order that the places for their names on the tablets might not be empty, they inscribed others in their stead. Indeed, with the exception of releasing his uncle at the earnest entreaty of his mother Julia, Antony performed no praiseworthy act. For these reasons the murders took many forms, and also the rescues in individual instances were of diverse kinds. Many perished at the hands of their dearest friends, and many were saved by their bitterest enemies. Some slew themselves, and others were released by the very men who came upon them to murder them. Some who betrayed masters or friends were punished, and others were honoured for this very reason. Of those who helped others save their lives, some paid the penalty and others actually received rewards. For since it was not one man who was concerned but three, each doing anything and everything according to his own desire and his private advantage, and regarding different sets of men as enemies or friends, and each having often occasion to desire earnestly that the life of a man be spared whom one of his associates wished to destroy, or on the other hand that a man be put to death whom one of the others wished to have survive. Many complicated situations resulted, according as they felt goodwill or hatred toward anyone. I shall accordingly refrain from giving an accurate and detailed description of all such incidents, since this would be a vast undertaking and there would be no great gain to my history, but shall relate what I regard as the most worthy of remembrance. In one case a slave had hidden his master in a villa, and then, when even so the master was likely to perish through information given by a third person, the slave changed clothes with him, and wearing his master's apparel, went to meet the pursuers as if he were himself the master, and was murdered. So they turned aside, thinking that they had slain the man they wished, and when they had departed, the master made his escape to some other place. Again another slave likewise changed his entire dress with his master and entered a covered litter himself, making his master one of the carriers, and so when they were overtaken he was killed without being even looked at, while the master was spared as being a porter. These perhaps are instances of favours repaid by slaves to their indulgent masters in recognition of some kindness previously received, but there was also a branded runaway slave, who so far from betraying the man who had branded him, very gladly saved him. It was discovered that he was smuggling his master to some place of safety, and a pursuit was begun. So he killed a man who met him by chance, gave the man's clothes to his master, and placing the corpse upon a pyre, he himself took his master's clothing and ring, went to meet the pursuers, and upon claiming that he had killed his master while fleeing, his words were believed because of his spoils and the marks of the branding, and thus he was not only able to save his master, but at the same time gained honour for himself. Now, these anecdotes redounded to the memory of no persons known by name, but there was Hostidius Geta, whose son arranged a funeral for him as though he were already dead, and saved him in this way, and Quintius Cicero, the brother of Marcus, whose son secreted him and saved his life, so far as it was in his power to do so. For the boy concealed his father so well that he could not be discovered, and when tormented for it by according to kinds of torture, did not utter a syllable, but his father, learning what was being done, was filled at once with admiration and pity for the boy, and came out into the open of his own free will, and surrendered himself to his slayers. Such were the conspicuous deeds of bravery and filial devotion performed at that time. On the other hand, Popilius Lenus killed Marcus Cicero, although Cicero had once defended him as his advocate, and in order that by means of optical proof as well as by report he might have the credit of having murdered him, he set up a statue of himself sitting crowned beside his victim's head, with an inscription that recorded his name and his deed. By this act he pleased Antony so much that he secured more than the price offered. Again, Marcus Terentius Varro was a man who had given no offence, but his name was identical with that of one of the prescribed, except for the agnomen, and he was afraid that he might because of this suffer a fate similar to that of Cinna. Therefore he issued a statement making known this fact. He was tribune at the time, and for this he became the subject of amusement and ridicule. Now, the uncertainty of life was illustrated not only by this incident, but also by the case of Lucius Philascius, who had previously been proscribed by Sulla and had escaped, had his name now inscribed on the tablet once more and perished, whereas Marcus Valerius Messala, who had been condemned to death by Antony, not only continued to live in safety, but was later appointed consul in place of Antony himself. So it is that many come out of safety from the most desperate situations, while just as many who feel no fear lose their lives. Hence one should neither be so alarmed in the face of the calamities of the moment as to lose all hope, nor be so carried away by his immediate elation as to be reckless, but by placing his expectation of the future midway between the two, should make reliable calculations for either event. Such, at any rate, was the course of events at that time, and while very many of those who were not proscribed also lost their lives because they either were hated or had money, yet very many whose names were posted not only survived but were also restored from exile, and some of them were even elected to office. They were finding refuge with Brutus, with Cassius, and with Sextus, but the majority directed their flight towards Sextus, for Sextus had formerly been chosen to command the fleet and for a time had dominated the sea, so that he had surrounded himself with a force of his own. Even though he had subsequently been deprived of his office by Caesar, he had occupied Sicily, and then when the order of proscription was passed against him too, and all the other murders were taking place, he proved of the greatest assistance to those who were in like condition. For anchoring near the coast of Italy, he kept sending to Rome and to the other cities, offering, among other things, to those who saved anybody double the reward that had been proposed for those who should murder them, and promising to men themselves a refuge, assistance, money, and honours. Therefore a considerable number came to him. As to the exact number now either of those who were proscribed or slaughtered, or those who escaped, I refrain even at the present time from recording it, because many names originally inscribed on the tablets were erased, and many were later inscribed in their place, and of these not a few were saved and many perished who were not on the lists. And it was not permitted in any case even to mourn for the victims, and many lost their lives on this account also. And finally, when the calamities broke down, all their assumed calm, and no one even of the most stout-hearted could longer bear up against them, but in all their work and conversation their countenances were gloomy, and they had no thought of celebrating the new festival, as was their wont. They were ordered by a proclamation to be of good cheer on pain of death if they should disobey. So they were forced to rejoice over their common evils as over blessings. Yet why do I mention such a thing, when they voted to those men, to the triumvirs I mean, the civic crowns, and other distinctions as to benefactors and saviours of the state? For these men not only would not allow themselves to be blamed because they were murdering people, but what is more, wished to be praised because the number of their victims was not greater. And to the populace, they once openly stated they had emulated neither the cruelty of Marius and Sulla, that they should be hated, not, on the other hand, the mildness of Caesar, that they should be despised and consequently plotted against. So much for the murders, but many strange proceedings took place also in connection with the property of persons left alive. To be sure, the triumvirs announced, as if they were indeed just and humane rulers, that they would give to the widows of the slain their dowries, and to the male children a tenth, and to the female children a 20th of the property of each one's father. But these portions were not actually given save in a few cases, and the possessions of the other classes of persons were plundered with impunity even down to the last farthing. For in the first place, they levied upon all the houses, both in the city and in the rest of Italy, a tax which was the entire amount of annual rent in the case of dwellings where people had leased, and half of that amount in the case of such as they occupied themselves, all based on the value of the domicile, and secondly, from those who possessed lands they took away half of the revenue they produced. Furthermore, they required that the soldiers should receive their support free from the cities in which they were wintering, and also distributed them throughout the country districts, pretending that they were sent to take charge of the confiscated property or that of the persons who still opposed them, for they counted the latter class as enemies, because they had not come over to the side of the triumvirs before the appointed day. Thus the whole country outside the towns was also pillaged. Indeed, the triumvirs not only allowed the soldiers to do this in order that, having their pay even in advance of their services, they might devote all their zeal to their commander's interests, but also promised to give them cities and lands, and to carry out this promise they appointed special commissioners to divide the lands among them and to establish them in colonies. Now the mass of the soldiers was made loyal by these measures, but in the case of the more prominent they tempted some with the possession of those who were being put to death, both by lowering the price on certain articles and by granting others to them free, and others they honoured with the offices and priesthoods of the victims, for in order that they themselves might with impunity secure the finest both of the lands and of the buildings, and yet might give their followers all they wanted, the triumvirs gave notice that no one but themselves and the soldiers should visit the auctions unless he wanted to buy something. Whoever did so should die. And they managed even those who came under these conditions in such a way that they detected no irregularity and had to pay the very highest price for what they wanted, and consequently had no further desire to buy. This was the course followed in regard to the property of the proscribed. As to the offices and priesthoods of such as had been put to death, they distributed these not in the fashion prescribed by law, but apparently just as suited their fancy. As regards the consulship, when Caesar resigned the office, thus giving up willingly the position he had so eagerly desired that he had even made war to gain it, and when his colleague died, they appointed Publius Ventidius, although he was praetor at the time, and another man. And to the praetorship vacated by Ventidius they promoted one of the aediles. Afterwards they relieved all the praetors who still had 5 days to hold office, and sent them to be governors of the provinces, and installed others in their place. Some laws they abolished entirely, and in others inserted new provisions, and in brief, they ordered everything else just as seemed good to them. They did not, to be sure, lay claim to titles which were offensive and had therefore been done away with, but they managed matters according to their own wish and desire, so that Caesar's sovereignty by comparison appeared all gold. That year, beside doing these things, they voted a temple to Serapis and Isis. And when Marcus Lepidus and Lucius Plancus became consuls, tablets were again set up, not involving the death of anyone this time, but defrauding the living of their property. for the triumvirs found themselves in need of more money, insomuch as they already owed large sums to large numbers of soldiers, were spending large sums on undertakings then being carried out by them, and expected to spend far more on the wars and prospects. They therefore proceeded to collect funds. Now they reintroduced the taxes, which had been formerly abrogated, and established new ones, and instituted the joint contributions, which they levied in large numbers both on the land and on the slaves, which caused people some little distress, it is true, but that those who were in the slightest degree still prosperous, not only senators or knights, but even freedmen, men and women alike, should be listed on the tablets and mulcted of another tithe of their wealth, irritated everybody exceedingly, for it was in name only that a tenth of each other's property was exacted, in reality not so much as a tenth was left, for since they were not ordered to contribute a stated amount according to the value of their possessions, but had the duty of assessing the value of their own goods, they were as a result liable to be accused of not having made a fair assessment and to lose in addition what they had left. And even if some persons did somehow escape this fate, yet they were brought into straits by the assessments, found themselves terribly short of ready money, and so, like the others, were deprived of practically everything. Moreover, the following device, distressing to even hear about, but most distressing in practice, was put into operation. Any one of the prescribed who wished to do so was permitted, if he would abandon all his property, to make requisition afterwards for 1/3 of it, which meant getting nothing and having trouble besides. For when they were being openly and violently despoiled of 2/3, how were they to recover the other third, especially since their goods were being sold for an extremely low price? For in the first place a great deal of property was being offered at auction all at once, and most people were without gold or silver, and the rest did not dare to show by buying that they had money, lest they should lose that too, and consequently the prices were lowered. In the second place, anything would be sold to the soldiers far below its value, hence none of the private citizens saved anything worth mentioning, for over and above all the other exactions they had to furnish slaves for the navy, buying them if they had none, and the senators had to repair the roads at their individual expense. Only those indeed who bore arms gained great wealth, for they were far from satisfied with their pay, though it was given in full, or with their outside perquisites, though they were very numerous, or with the prizes bestowed for the murders, though they were exceedingly large, or with the lands they acquired, although they were practically a free gift to them. For in addition, some would ask for and receive all the property of those who died, and others would force their way into the families of the survivors who were old and childless. For they had reached such a degree of greed and shamelessness that one man actually asked Caesar himself for the property of Aetia, his mother, who had died at that time, and had been honoured with a public funeral. While these three men were behaving in this wise, they were also magnifying the former Caesar to the utmost degree, for as they were eager for sole rulership and were striving for it, they vindictively pursued the rest of the assassins with the idea that in this way they would be preparing long in advance immunity for themselves in what they were doing as well as safety, and so they eagerly did everything which tended to his honour in expectation of some day being themselves thought worthy of like honours, and for this reason they exalted him not only by the honours which had already been voted him, but also by others which they now added. Thus on the first day of the year they themselves took an oath and made all the rest swear that they would consider all his acts binding, and the same thing is still done today in honour of all those who successively enter upon the supreme power, and also of those who have possessed it and have not been dishonoured. They also laid the foundation of a shrine to him as hero in the Forum, on the spot where his body had been burned, and caused an image of him, together with a second image, that of Venus, to be carried in the procession at the Circensian Games. And whenever news came of a victory anywhere, they assigned the honour of a thanksgiving to the victor by himself, and to Caesar, though dead, by himself. And they compelled everybody to celebrate his birthday by wearing laurel and by making merry, passing a law that those who neglected these observances should be accursed in the sight of Jupiter and of Caesar himself, and in the case of senators or senators' sons, that they should forfeit 1,000,000 sesterces. Now it happened that the Ludi Apollinaries fell on the same day, and they therefore voted that his birthday feast should be celebrated on the previous day, on the grounds that there was an oracle of the Sibyl which forbade the holding of a festival on Apollo's day to any god except Apollo. Besides granting him these honours, they made the day on which he had been murdered a day on which there had always been a regular meeting of the Senate, an unlucky day. The room in which she had been murdered they closed for the time being, and later transformed into a privy. They also built the Curia Julia, named after him, beside the place called the Comitium, as had been voted. Moreover, they forbade any likeness of him to be carried at the funerals of his relatives, just as if he were in very truth a god, though this was an ancient custom and was still being observed, and they enacted that no one who took refuge in his shrine to secure immunity should be driven or dragged away from there, a distinction which had never been granted even to any of the gods, save to such as were worshipped in the days of Romulus. Yet after men began to congregate in that region, even this place had inviolability in name only, without the reality, for it was so fenced about that no one could any longer enter it at all. These were the honours which they granted to Caesar. They also allowed the Vestal virgins to employ 1 lictor each, because one of them, not being recognised, had been insulted while returning home from dinner towards evening, and they assigned the offices in the city for several years ahead, thus at the same time honouring their friends and strengthening their cause for a longer time by controlling the succession of those officials. When all this had been accomplished, Lepidus remained there, as I have said, to take up the administration of the city and of the rest of Italy, and Caesar and Antony set out upon their campaign. It should be explained that Brutus and Cassius, after the compact made by them with Antony and the rest, had at first gone regularly into the Forum and discharged the duties of the praetorship with the same ceremonial as before. When some began to be displeased at the killing of Caesar, they withdrew, pretending to be in haste to reach the governorships abroad to which they had been appointed. And yet Cassius was praetor urbanus, and had not yet celebrated the Ludi Apollinaries, but although absent he performed that duty most brilliantly through his colleague Antony. He did not himself sail away from Italy at once, however, but lingered with Brutus in Campania and watched the course of events. And in their capacity as praetors they kept sending letters to the people at Rome until Caesar Octavianus began to take a hand in affairs and to win the affections of the populace. Then, despairing of the Republic and at the same time fearing him, they departed. The Athenians gave them a splendid reception, for though they were honoured by nearly everybody else for what they had done, the inhabitants of this city voted them bronze images by the side of those of Harmodius and Aristogion, thus intimating that Brutus and Cassius had emulated their example. Meanwhile, learning that Caesar was growing stronger, they neglected Crete and Bithynia, whither they were being sent, since they saw no prospect of any noteworthy aid in those countries. But they turned to Syria and to Macedonia, although these provinces did not belong to them at all, because they excelled as strategical positions, and in point of money and troops. Cassius went to Syria because its people were acquainted with him and friendly as a result of his campaign with Crassus, while Brutus proceeded to unite Greece and Macedonia. For the inhabitants of those districts were inclined to give him heed in any case because of the glory of his deeds and in the expectation of similar service to their country, and particularly because he had acquired numerous soldiers, some of them survivors of the Battle of Pharsalus, who were even then still wandering about in that region, and others who by reason either of sickness or slack discipline had been left behind from the force which had set out with Dolabella, and money also came to him from Trebonius in Asia. So for these reasons he won over Greece without the least effort, although for that matter it contained no force worth mentioning. He reached Macedonia at the moment when Gaius Antonius had just arrived, and Quintus Hortensius, who was his predecessor in the governorship, was about to retire. However, he experienced no trouble, for Hortensius embraced his cause at once, and Antonius was weak, being hindered during Caesar's supremacy in Rome from performing half of the duties belonging to his office. Vatinius, who was the governor of Illyricum nearby, came from there to Dyrrachium, seized it before Brutus could prevent it, and acted as an enemy in the present strife, but could not injure him at all, for his soldiers, who disliked him and furthermore despised him by reason of a disease, went over to the other side. So Brutus, taking over these troops, led an expedition against Antonius, who was in Apollonia, and when Antonius came out to meet him, Brutus won over his soldiers, shut him up within the walls when he fled thither before him, and captured him alive through betrayal, but did him no harm. After this success, Brutus next acquired all Macedonia and Epirus, and then dispatched a letter to the Senate, stating what he had accomplished and placing at its disposal himself as well as the province and the soldiers. The senators, who as it chanced already felt suspicious of Caesar, praised him highly and bade him to be the governor of all that region. When then he had had his command confirmed by the decree, he not only felt more encouraged himself, but also found his subjects ready to support him unreservedly. For a time he both communicated with Caesar, when the latter appeared to be making war on Antony, urging him to resist his enemy and to become reconciled with the writer himself, and was himself making preparations to sail to Italy, because the Senate had summoned him. But after Caesar had got matters thoroughly in hand in Rome, and was proceeding openly to take vengeance on his father's slayers, Brutus remained where he was, deliberating how he should successfully ward off the other's attack when it occurred, and beside managing admirably the other districts as well as Macedonia, he calmed the minds of his legions when they had been stirred to mutiny by Antonius. For Antonius, although Brutus had not even deprived him of his Praetorian dress, was not content to keep quiet, his safety and office secure, but was stirring up a revolt among the soldiers of Brutus, and when he was discovered at this work before he had done any great harm, he was stripped of his Praetorian insignia and delivered up to be guarded, though not confined, that he might not cause any rebellion. Yet he did not remain quiet even then, but concocted more schemes of rebellion than ever, so that some of the soldiers came to blows with one another, and others set out for Apollonia to fetch Antonius himself, with the intention of rescuing him. This, however, they were unable to do, for Brutus had learned beforehand from some intercepted letters what was to be done, and by putting him into a covered litter on the pretence that he was moving a sick man, got him out of the way. The soldiers, unable to find Antonius and being also afraid of Brutus, seized a hill commanding the city. Brutus induced them to come to an understanding, and by taking a few of the most audacious of whom he executed some and dismissed others from his service, persuaded the other mutineers to arrest and kill those who had been sent away on the grounds that they were chiefly responsible for the sedition, and also to ask for the surrender of the quaestor and the lieutenants of Antonius. Now Brutus did not deliver any of these officials into their hands, but put them aboard ships, as if he was going to drown them, and so conveyed them to safety. Fearing, however, that the troops would change sides again when they should hear reports of the events in Rome, all exaggerated to inspire alarm, he delivered Antonius to a certain Gaius Clodius to guard, and left him in Apollonia. Meanwhile, Brutus himself took the largest and strongest part of the army and retired into Upper Macedonia, whence he later sailed into Asia, in order to remove his men as far as possible from Italy and to support them on the subject territory there. Among the various allies whom he gained at this time was Diotarus, although this ruler was very old and had refused his assistance to Cassius. While Brutus was delaying there, a plot was formed against him by Gellius Publicola, and Mark Antony also sent some men and attempted to rescue his brother. Clodius, accordingly, as he could not keep his prisoner in custody alive, killed him, either on his own responsibility or following instructions from Brutus, for the story is that at first Brutus made his prisoner's safety of supreme importance, but later, after learning that Decimus had perished, cared nothing more about it. Gellius was detected but suffered no punishment, for Brutus released him, insomuch as he had always held him to be among his best friends and knew that his brother Marcus Messala was on very close terms with Cassius. The man also made an attempt upon Cassius, but suffered no harm in that case either. The reason was that his mother Polla learned of the plot in advance, and fearing for Cassius lest he should be caught off his guard, for she was very fond of him, and for her son lest he should be detected, in person and of her own free will informed Cassius of the plot beforehand, and received the life of her son as a reward. However, she did not succeed in making a better man of him, for he deserted his benefactor to join Caesar and Antony. Now, as soon as Brutus learned of the attempt of Mark Antony and of the killing of Antony's brother, he feared that some other insurrection might take place in Macedonia during his absence, and immediately hastened to Europe. On the way he took charge of the territory which had belonged to Sadalus, who had died childless and had left it to the Romans, and he also invaded the country of the Bessi, in the hope that he might at one and the same time punish them for the mischief they were doing, and invest himself with the title and dignity of Imperator, thinking that he should thus carry on his war against Caesar and Antony more easily. He accomplished both objects chiefly by the aid of a certain prince named Rhascoptris, and after going thence into Macedonia and making himself master of everything there, he withdrew again into Asia. In addition to these activities, Brutus stamped upon the coins which were being minted his own likeness and a cap and 2 daggers, indicating by this and by the inscription that he and Cassius had liberated their fatherland. Meanwhile, Cassius crossed over to Trebonius in Asia, forestalling Dolabella, and after securing money from him, attached to himself many of the cavalry which Dolabella had sent before him into Syria, and also many Asiatics and Cilicians besides. He next brought Tarcodimotus also, and the people of Tarsus into the alliance, though against their will, for the Tarsians were so devoted to the former Caesar, out of regard for him to the second also, that they changed the name of their city to Julianopolis after him. After accomplishing this much, Cassius went to Syria, and without striking a blow completely won over both the people and the legions. The situation in Syria at that time was as follows. Caecilius Bessus, a knight, who had made the campaign with Pompey and in the retreat had arrived at Tyre, was secretly spending his time there in the mart. The governor of Syria was Sextus, for since he not only was quaestor but also a relative of Caesar's, Caesar had placed in his charge all the Roman interests in that quarter, having done this on the occasion of his march from Egypt against Pharnaces. So Bessus at first remained quite satisfied if only he might be allowed to live. But when some men in like case had associated themselves with him, and he had attached to himself various soldiers of Sextus, who came there at different times to garrison the city, and when moreover many alarming reports kept coming in from Africa about Caesar, he was no longer content with the existing state of affairs, but began to stir up a rebellion, his aim being either to help the followers of Scipio and Cato and the Pompeians, or to win for himself some political power. But he was discovered by Sextus before he had finished his preparations, and explained that he was collecting those troops for the use of Mithridates the Pergamanian in an expedition against Bosphorus. His story was believed, and he was released. So after this he forged a letter which he pretended had been sent to him by Scipio, on the basis of which he announced that Caesar had been defeated and had perished in Africa, and claimed that the governorship of Syria had been assigned to him. He then seized Tyre with the aid of the forces he had got ready, and from there he advanced against the legions of Sextus, but was defeated and wounded while attacking him. After this experience, he did not again make an attempt by force upon Sextus, but sent messengers to his soldiers, and in some way or other won some of them to himself, to such an extent that they murdered Sextus with their own hands. When Sextus was dead, Bessus gained possession of all his army except a few, for the soldiers who had been wintering in Apama withdrew into Cilicia before his arrival, and although he pursued them, he did not win them over. Returning then to Syria, he took the title of praetor and fortified Apama so as to have it as a base for the war, and he proceeded to enlist the men of military age, not only free men but slaves as well, to gather money and prepare arms. While he was thus engaged, one Gaius Antistius besieged him. Later they had a fairly equal struggle, and when neither party was able to gain any great advantage, they parted without any definite truce to await the bringing up of allies. Antistius was joined by such persons of the vicinity as favoured Caesar, and by soldiers who had been sent from Rome by Caesar, while Bessus was joined by Alcodinus the Arabian. He it was who had formerly made terms with Lucullus, as I have stated, and later joined with the Parthians against Crassus. On this occasion he was summoned by both sides, but entered the space between the city and the camps, and before making any answer called for bids for his service as an ally, and as Bessus outbid Antistius, he assisted him, and in the battle proved greatly superior in his archery. Even the Parthians too came at the invitation of Bessus, but on account of the winter failed to remain with him for any considerable time. and hence did not accomplish anything of importance. Bessus prevailed for a time, to be sure, but was later again held in check by Marcus Crispus and Lucius Stius Mercus. Affairs with them were in this state when Cassius came on the scene and at once conciliated all the cities because of the renown of his acts while questor and of his fame in general, and attached the legions of Bessus and of the others without any further trouble. While he was encamped in one place with all these forces, a great downpour from the sky suddenly occurred, during which wild swine rushed into the camp through all the gates at once, overturning and throwing into confusion everything there. Hence some inferred from this his immediate rise to power and his subsequent overthrow. So when Cassius had secured possession of Syria, he set out for Judea, on learning that the followers of Caesar, who had been left behind in Egypt, were approaching. Next he sent away, without harming them in the least, Bessus and Crispus, and such others as did not care to shut the campaign with him, and share the fighting with him. As for Stius, he retained him in the rank which he had when he came there, and entrusted the fleet to him besides. Thus Cassius quietly became strong, and he sent a dispatch to Caesar about reconciliation, and to the Senate about the situation, composed in similar language to that of Brutus. Therefore the Senate confirmed him in the governorship of Syria and voted for the war with Dolabella. Dolabella, it will be recalled, had been appointed to govern Syria and had set out while consul, but travelling by way of Macedonia and Thrace, had been late in arriving in the province of Asia, and he had delayed there also. He was still there when he received news of the decree, and so did not go on into Syria, but remained where he was. And he treated Trebonius in such a manner as to inspire in him a firm belief in his friendly disposition towards him, and thus to secure from him, with his full consent, food for his soldiers and the privilege of living with him in security. And when Trebonius became in this way imbued with confidence and ceased to be on his guard, Dolabella one night suddenly seized Smyrna, where they were staying, slew him, and hurled his head at Caesar's statue, and after that he occupied all of Asia. When the Romans at home heard of this, they declared war upon him, for as yet Caesar had neither conquered Antony nor got the affairs of the city under his control. They also set a definite day before which Dolabella's followers must leave off friendship with him if they also were not to be regarded in the light of enemies, and they instructed the consuls to take complete charge of the measures against him and of the war, as soon as they should have brought their present business to a successful conclusion, for they did not yet know that Cassius held Syria. However, in order that he should not become more powerful in the meantime, they gave the governors of the neighbouring provinces charge of the matter. When they subsequently learned the truth about Cassius, they passed the decree mentioned above before doing anything, and before the provincial governors had done anything. Dolabella accordingly, after becoming in this way master of Asia, came into Cilicia while Cassius was in Palestine, took over the people of Tarsus with their consent, conquered a few of Cassius's guards who were at Aigi, and invaded Syria. From Antioch he was repulsed by the garrison of the place, but he gained Laodicea without a struggle on account of the friendship which its inhabitants felt for the former Caesar. Thereupon he became powerful for a few days, especially as the fleet came to him speedily from Asia, and he crossed over to Arados, with the object of gaining both money and ships from the people of that island also. There he was intercepted with only a few followers and ran into danger, but he made his escape, and then encountering Cassius, who was marching against him, he joined battle with him and was defeated. He was then shut up and besieged in Laodicea, entirely cut off from the mainland, for Cassius was assisted by some Parthians among others, though he was still powerful on the sea, not only because of the ships he had from Asia, but also because of those from Egypt which Cleopatra had sent him, and powerful also by reason of the money which came to him from her. The situation lasted until Stius got together a fleet, and sailing into the harbour of Laodicea defeated the ships that sailed out to meet him, and barred Dolabella from the sea also, then prevented on both sides from bringing supplies in. And seeing that it was being betrayed, he feared that he might be taken alive, and so took his own life. His example was followed by Marcus Octavius, his lieutenant. To these two burial was conducted by Cassius, although they had cast out Trebonius unburied, and the men who had participated in the campaign with them and survived obtained both safety and pardon, in spite of their having been regarded as enemies by the Romans at home. Furthermore, the Laodiceans also suffered no harm, apart from a forced contribution of money. But for that matter, no one else was punished either, although many of them frequently plotted against Cassius. While this was going on, the people of Tarsus had attempted to keep Tilius Simper from the pass through the Taurus. Simper, an assassin of Caesar, who was then governor of Bithynia, and was hurrying forward to help Cassius. Out of fear, however, they abandoned the place, and at the time made a truce with him, because they thought him strong. But afterwards, when they perceived the small number of his troops, they neither received him into their city nor furnished him with provisions. And when he had constructed a fort against them, and had set out for Syria, believing it to be of more importance to aid Cilicia than to destroy their city himself, they made an attack upon this fort and got possession of it, and then set out for Adana, a place on the borders always at variance with them, giving as an excuse that it was supporting the cause of Cassius. Now when Cassius heard of this, he at first, while Dolabella was still alive, sent Lucius Rufus against them, but later came himself, and finding that they had already surrendered to Rufus without a struggle, he inflicted no severe penalty upon them except to take away all their money, private and public. As a result, the people of Tarsus received praise from the triumvirs, for they were already holding sway at Rome, and were inspired with hope of obtaining some return for their losses. Cleopatra also, on account of the aid she had sent to Dolabella, was granted the right to have her son called King of Egypt. This son, who she named Ptolemy, she pretended was her son by Caesar, and she was therefore wont to call him Caesarion. And when Cassius had settled matters in Syria and in Cilicia, he came into Asia to meet Brutus. For when they learned of the league of the triumvirs, and what these men were doing against them, they came together there and made common cause more than ever. As they shared the responsibility for the war and looked forward to the danger in the same degree, and as they did not even now recede from their determination to defend the freedom of the people, but were eager to overthrow these men also, insomuch as they were 3 in number and were engaged in such evil undertakings, they proceeded with the greater zeal to make all their plans in common and to carry them out. In short, they resolved to enter Macedonia and to hinder the others from crossing over into Italy, but insomuch as the triumvirs were reported to still be settling affairs in Rome, and it was thought likely that they would have their hands full with Sextus, who was lying in wait against them nearby, they did not carry out their plans immediately. Instead, they not only visited various places themselves, but also sent others in various directions, winning over such as were not yet in accord with them and collecting both money and troops. Nearly all the other peoples in the region, even those who had before been waiting for the turn of events, at once came to terms. But Ariobarzanes, the Rhodians, and the Lycians, while not opposing them, were yet unwilling to form an alliance with them. Brutus and Cassius therefore suspected them of favouring their enemies, since they had been well treated by the former Caesar, and they feared that when they themselves should have departed, those people would cause some turmoil and lead the rest to revolt. Hence they determined to turn their attention to them first, in the hope that, since they themselves were far superior to them in point of armed force, and were also lavish with the favours they bestowed, they might soon either persuade or force them to join their cause. The Rhodians, who had so great an opinion of the strength of their fleet, that without waiting for Cassius they sailed to the mainland against him, and displayed to his army the fetters they were bringing, with the idea that they were going to capture many alive, first near Myndus and later close to Rhodes itself. He accomplished this through Stius, who overcame their skill by the superior number and size of his ships. Afterwards Cassius himself crossed over to their island, where he met with no resistance, possessing as he did their goodwill because of the stay he had made there while pursuing his education. And though he did the people no harm, yet he appropriated their ships' money and public and sacred treasures, with the exception of the chariot of the sun. Afterwards he arrested and killed Ariobarzanes. As for Brutus, he overcame in battle the combined army of the Lycians, which met him near the border, and when it fled in a body into the camp, captured it without a blow. He won over the majority of the cities without a struggle, but Xanthus he besieged. Suddenly the inhabitants made a sortie, hurling fire upon his machines, and by the same time shooting their arrows and javelins, and he was brought into the greatest danger. Indeed, his forces would have been utterly destroyed had they not pushed their way through the very fire and unexpectedly attacked their assailants, who were light-armed. These they hurled back within the walls, and themselves rushing in along with them. They cast fire into some of the houses, striking terror into those who witnessed what was being done, and giving those at a distance the impression that they had captured absolutely everything. Thereupon the inhabitants of their own accord helped to set fire to the rest, and most of them slew one another. Later Brutus came to Patara and invited the people to conclude an alliance, but they would not obey, for the slaves and the poorer portion of the free population, who had just received the former their freedom and the latter remission of their debts, prevented their making terms. So at first he sent them to captive Xanthians, to whom many of them were related by marriage, in the hope that through these he might bring them around. But when they yielded none the more, in spite of his offering to each man his own kin as a free gift, he set up an auction block in a safe place under the very wall, and bringing up the prominent Xanthians one at a time, auctioned them off, to see if by this means at least he could bring the people of Patara to terms. But when they would not even then come over to him, he sold only a few and let the rest go. And when the people inside saw this, they no longer held out, but forthwith attached themselves to his cause, regarding him as an upright man, and they were punished only by the imposition of a fine. The people of Myra also did likewise when Brutus captured their general at the harbour and then released him. And this he secured the control of the other districts also in a short time. After accomplishing these results, Brutus and Cassius came again into Asia, and all the suspicions which they were harbouring against each other as the result of calumnious talk, such as is wont to arise in similar conditions, they brought forward and discussed with each other in privacy, and after becoming reconciled again they hastened into Macedonia. And they found that Gaius Norbanus and Decidus Saxa had anticipated them by crossing the Ionian Sea before Stius arrived, occupying the whole country as far as Mount Pangaeum and encamping near Philippi. This city is situated near Pangaeum and Cymbalon. Cymbalon, or junction, is the name they give to the place where the mountain mentioned joins on to another that extends into the interior, and it is between Neapolis and Philippi. For the former town was near the sea, opposite Thassos, while the latter is situated within the mountains on the plain, and insomuch as Saxa and Norbanus, as it chanced, had already occupied the most direct pass across, Brutus and Cassius also did not even try to get through that way, but went around by a longer road that passes by a place called Crenides. Here too they encountered a garrison, but overpowered it, got inside the mountains, approached the city along the high ground, and there encamped, nominally each by himself, but as a matter of fact they bivouacked together. For in order that the soldiers might preserve better discipline and be easier to manage, the camp consisted of two separate parts, but as all of it, including the inner intervening space, was surrounded by a ditch and a rampart, the entire circuit was the same for both, and from it they derived their safety in common. Brutus and Cassius were far superior in numbers to their adversaries then present, and hence drove out the others and got possession of Cymbalon. In this way they were able not only to bring provisions from the sea over a shorter route, but also to secure them from the plain by making descents thither. For Norbanus and Saxa did not venture to offer them battle even when their entire force was present, though they sent out horsemen as skirmishers whenever opportunity offered. But as they accomplished nothing, they were careful for their own part rather to keep their camp well guarded than to expose it to danger, and sent urgent summons to Caesar and Antony. For these leaders, so long as they heard that Cassius and Brutus were busy with the Rhodians and the Lycians, had supposed that their adversaries would have fighting on their hands there for a long time, and therefore had not made haste to come, but had merely sent Saxa and Norbanus ahead into Macedonia. But when they perceived that the Lycians and Rhodians had been overpowered, they bestowed praise upon these people and promised to make them a present of money, and they themselves at once set out from the city. Both, however, encountered delays. Antony had to spend some time at Brundisium, where he was shut up by Stius, and Caesar at Rhegium, after he had first turned aside to meet Sextus, who held Sicily and was making an attempt on Italy. When, however, it seemed to them to be impossible to overthrow Sextus, and the operation of Cassius and Brutus urged them to greater haste, they left a small part of the army to garrison Italy, and with the major portion safely crossed the Ionian Sea. Caesar fell sick and was left behind at Dyrrhachium, while Antony marched towards Philippi. And for a time he was a source of some strength to his soldiers, but after laying an ambush for some of the enemy when they were gathering grain and failing in his attempt, even he was no longer hopeful. Caesar heard of the situation and feared the outcome in either case, whether Antony acting alone should be defeated in an engagement or should conquer, for in the one event he felt that Brutus and Cassius would gain strength to oppose him, and in the other that Antony would certainly do so. Therefore he made haste, though still sick. And at this the followers of Antony also took courage. And since it seemed the only safe course for them to encamp all together, they assembled the 3 divisions in one place and in one stronghold. While the armies were encamped opposite each other, sallies and counter-sallies took place on both sides, as chance dictated, but for some time no regular battle was joined, although Caesar and Antony were exceedingly eager to bring on a conflict. For not only were their forces stronger than those of their adversaries, but they were not so abundantly supplied with provisions, because their fleet was always fighting Sextus, and they were therefore not masters of the sea. Hence these men, for the reasons given, and because of Sextus, who held Sicily and was making an attempt on Italy, were full of eagerness, owing to their fears that while they delayed they might see Italy captured by Sextus and come into Macedonia. As for Cassius and Brutus, they had in general no aversion to a battle, insomuch as the weakness of their troops was counterbalanced by their superior numbers. But when they reflected upon the situation of their opponents and upon their own, and observed that fresh allies were being added to their own numbers every day, and that they had abundant food by the aid of their ships, they held off in the hope of gaining their ends without danger and loss of men. For as they were genuine friends of the people and were contending with citizens, they consulted the interests of the latter no less than those of their own associates, and desired to afford safety and liberty to both alike. The troops, however, composed mostly of subject nations, were vexed by the delay and despised their antagonists, because they had offered inside their camp the sacrifice of purification, which regularly precedes a conflict, and thus showed signs of fear. Hence they were eager for the battle, and talked to the effect that if there should be more delay they would abandon the camp and disperse. In these circumstances Brutus and Cassius reluctantly joined battle. That this struggle proved tremendous and surpassed all previous civil conflicts of the Romans would be naturally surmised. Not that it was greater than they in either the number of the combatants or as regards their valour, since far larger masses and braver men than they had fought on many fields, but because now, as never before, liberty and popular government were the issue of the struggle. For though they again came to blows with one another just as they had done previously, yet these later struggles were for the purpose of finding out what master they should obey, whereas on the present occasion the one side was trying to lead them to autocracy and the other to self-government. Hence the people never attained again an absolute freedom of speech, even though vanquished by no foreign nation. The subject and allied forces then present with them were of course merely a kind of complement to the citizen army. But the people at one and the same time triumphed over and were vanquished by themselves, defeated themselves and were defeated, and consequently they exhausted the democratic element and strengthened the monarchical. And yet I do not say that it was not beneficial for the people to be defeated at that time. What else indeed can one say regarding the contestants on both sides than that the vanquished were Romans and that the victory was for Caesar? For they were no longer capable of maintaining harmony in the established form of government. It is of course impossible for an unadulterated democracy that has grown up to be such a proud empire to exercise moderation. And so they would later on have undertaken many similar conflicts, one after another, and someday would have certainly been either enslaved or ruined. We may infer also from the portents which appeared to them at that time that it was manifestly a supreme struggle in which they were engaged, for heaven, even as it is ever accustomed to give warning signs before the most unusual events, foretold to them accurately both in Rome and in Macedonia all the results that would come of it. Thus, in the city, the sun at one time would be diminished and grow extremely small, and again would show itself huge and treble in size, and once it even shone forth at night. Thunderbolts descended at many places, and in particular upon the altar of Jupiter Victor. Meteors darted hither and thither. Notes of trumpets, clashing of arms, and shouts of armed hosts were heard by night from the gardens both of Caesar and of Antony, which were closed together beside the Tiber. Moreover, a dog dragged the body of another dog to the temple of Ceres, where he dug up the earth with his paws and buried it. A child was born with hands that had 10 fingers each, and a mule gave birth to a prodigy of 2 species, in the front part resembling a horse and the rest a mule. The chariot of Minerva, while returning to the capital from the races in the circus, was dashed to pieces, and the statue of Jupiter on the Alban Mount sent forth blood from its right shoulder and right hand at the very time of the Feriae. These were the warnings they had from heaven, and there were also rivers in their land which gave out entirely or began to flow backward, and on the part of men, whatever of their doings were directed by chance seemed to point to the same end. Thus, during the Feriae, the prefect of the city celebrated the festival of Latiaris, which neither belonged to him nor was ordinarily observed at that time, and the plebeian aediles celebrated in honour of Ceres contests in armour in place of the games in the circus. These were the events occurring in Rome, and certain oracles also, both before and after the event, were recited which pointed to the downfall of the Republic. In Macedonia, of which Mount Pangaeum and the territory surrounding it are regarded as a part, bees in swarms surrounded the camp of Cassius, and in the course of the purification of the camp, someone set the garlands upon his head wrong, end foremost, and a boy fell down while carrying a victory in a procession such as the soldiers hold. But the thing which most of all portended the destruction that was to come upon them, so that it became plain even to their enemies, was that many vultures and also many other birds that devour corpses gathered above the heads of the conspirators only, and gazed down on them, screaming and screeching in a horrible and frightful manner. To that side, then, these signs brought evil, while to the other, so far as we know, no bad omen occurred, but visions appeared to them in their dreams as follows. A Thessalian dreamed that the former Caesar had bidden him tell Caesar that the battle would occur on the second day after that one, and to request him to assume and wear some article which the other Caesar had used to wear while dictator. Caesar therefore immediately put his father's ring on his finger and wore it often thereafter. This was the Thessalian's vision, but the physician who attended Caesar dreamed that Minerva commanded him to lead his patient, though still in poor health, from his tent and place him in the line of battle, that very means by which he was actually saved. For whereas in most cases safety is the lot of such as remain in the camp and within its ramparts, while it is dangerous to go into the midst of weapons and battles, this was reversed in the case of Caesar, since it was very manifestly the result of his leaving the entrenchments and mingling with the combatants that he survived, although by reason of his sickness he found it difficult to stand even without his arms. The contest took place as follows. Although no arrangement had been made as to when they should begin the battle, yet, as if by some compact, they all armed themselves at dawn, advanced into the space between the two camps leisurely, as though they were competitors in a game, and then quietly drew themselves up in battle order. When they had taken their stand facing each other, exhortations were addressed to each side, partly to the armies collectively and partly to the separate bodies of troops, according as the speakers were the generals or the lieutenants or the lesser officials. And much that was said consisted of the necessary advice called for by the immediate danger, and also of sentiments that bore upon the consequences of the battle, words such as men would speak who were to encounter danger at the moment and were looking forward with anxiety to the future. For the most part, the speeches were very similar, insomuch as on both sides alike they were Romans with their allies. Still, there was a difference. The officers of Brutus set before the men the prizes of liberty and democracy, of freedom from tyrants and freedom from masters. They cited the benefits of equality and the excesses of monarchy, appealing to what they themselves had suffered or had heard related about other people, and giving instances of the working of each system separately. They besought them to strive for the one and to avoid the other, to convince a passion for the former and to take care that they should not suffer the latter. The opposing leaders, on the other hand, urged their army to take vengeance on the assassins of Caesar, to get the property of the antagonists, to be filled with a desire to rule all the men of their own race, and, the thing which heartened them most, they promised to give them 20,000 sesterces apiece. Thereupon watchwords were going around. For the followers of Brutus it was liberty, and for the other side whatever the word which was given out, and then one trumpeter on each side sounded the first note, after which the rest joined in. First those who sounded the at rest and the ready signals on the trumpets while standing in a kind of circular space, and then the others who were to rouse the spirit of the soldiers and incite them to the onset. Then there was a sudden great silence, and after waiting a little the leaders uttered a piercing shout, and the lines on both sides joined in. Then the heavy-armed troops gave their war-cry, beat their shields with their spears, and then hurled their spears, while the slingers and the archers discharged their stones and missiles. Then the two bodies of cavalry rode out against each other, and the cuirasses followed behind them, and came to close quarters with each other. For a long time there was pushing of shield against shield and thrusting with the sword, as they were at first cautiously looking for a chance to wound others without being wounded themselves, since they were as eager to save themselves as to slay their antagonists. But later, when their ardour increased and the rage was inflamed, they rushed together recklessly, and paid no more attention to their own safety, but in their eagerness to destroy their adversaries, would even throw away their own lives. Some cast away their shields and seized hold of the foes facing them, and choked them by means of their helmets while they struck them in the back, or else tore away their armour and smote them on the breast. Others seized hold of the swords of their opponents, who were thus as good as unarmed, and then ran their own into their bodies, and some exposed a part of their own bodies to be wounded, and thus gained a freer use of the rest. Some clutched their opponents in an embrace that prevented either one from striking, and perished through the commingling of their swords and bodies. Some died of a single blow, others of many, and they neither were conscious of their wounds, since death forestalled their sufferings, nor lamented their end, since they never reached the point of grieving. One who killed another fought in the excessive joy of the moment that he could never die, and whoever fell lost consciousness and had no knowledge of his state. Both sides remained precisely where they were at the beginning, and neither side retired or pursued, but there, just as they were, they wounded and were wounded, slew and were slain, until late in the day. And if each side as a whole had joined in the conflict with the others as a whole, as generally happens in a struggle like this, or if Brutus had been arrayed against Antony and Cassius against Caesar, they would have proved equally matched. But as it was, Brutus forced Caesar because of his sickness to yield ground, while Antony vanquished Cassius, who was by no means his equal in warfare. And so, at this time, since they were not opposing each other as united armies, but each side was in part defeated and in part victorious, the result was practically the same for each side, for both had conquered and had been defeated, each had routed its adversaries and had been routed, pursuits and flights had been the fortune of both alike, and the camps on both sides had been captured, for as the combatants were many, they stretched far out over the plain, so that they could not see each other distinctly, and not alone in the battle could each one recognise only what was opposite him, but also when the rout took place both armies fled in opposite directions to their respective camps, which were separated from each other by a considerable distance, without stopping to look back. Because of this fact, and of the immense quantities of dust that rose, they were ignorant of the outcome of the battle, and those who had won thought that they had conquered everywhere, and those who were defeated that they had been worsted everywhere, and they did not learn what had happened until their entrenchments had been pillaged and the victors on each side encountered each other as they went back to their own quarters. So far then as the battle was concerned, both sides conquered and were defeated as I have described, for they certainly did not again resume the conflict at this time, but as soon as they saw each other they turned and went back and recognised what had taken place and withdrew, neither side venturing anything further. As for their mutual successes and reverses, the whole camp of Caesar and Antony and everything within it was captured, and Caesar's dream found a most striking confirmation in this circumstance. For if he had remained where he was, he would certainly have perished with the rest, while Cassius on his side returned in safety from the battle and then escaped to a different spot, where he found that he had been despoiled of his camp, and suspecting that Brutus too had been defeated, and that a party of the victors was coming in pursuit of him, he made haste to die, for he had not sent a centurion to view the situation and report to him where Brutus was and what he was doing, and this man, falling in with some horsemen whom Brutus had sent out to seek his colleague, turned back with them and proceeded leisurely, with the idea that there was no hurry because no danger presented itself, but Cassius, seeing them afar off, suspected that they were enemies, and ordered Pindarus, a freedman, to kill him, and the centurion slew himself on the body of Cassius when he learned that Cassius had perished on account of his own delay. Now Brutus immediately sent the body of Cassius secretly to Thassos, since he shrank from burying it where he was, for fear he should cause grief and dejection to fall upon the army if they should witness what was taking place. But he took in charge the remains of Cassius' soldiers, consoled them in a speech, won their devotion by a gift of money to make up for what they had lost, and then transferred his position to their entrenchments, which were more suitable. Making his headquarters there, he proceeded to harass his opponents in various ways, especially by assaulting their camp at night, for he had no intention of joining issue with them again in a set battle, but having great hopes of overcoming them in time without risking an engagement, he tried to throw them into confusion in various ways and disturb them by night, and once he diverted the course of the river and washed away a considerable part of their camp. Now Caesar and Antony were running short of both food and money, and consequently did not so much as recompense their soldiers for the property they had lost by pillage. Furthermore, the force that was sailing to them in transports from Brundisium was destroyed by Stius, Yet they could not safely transfer their position to any other region nor return to Italy, and so even as late as this, they once more placed in their arms all their hopes, not merely of victory but even of safety, and they were eager to have a decisive engagement before their reverse at sea became noised abroad among their own men and their opponents. But as Brutus was unwilling to join battle with them, they managed in some way to cast pamphlets into his camp, urging his soldiers either to embrace their cause, and they made them certain promises, or to come to blows if they had the least particle of strength. During this delay, some of the German contingent deserted from their side to Brutus, and Amyntas, the general of Diotarus, and Rhascoporis deserted Brutus and came to them, though Rhascoporis, as some say, immediately returned home. As for Brutus, this incident made him afraid that the disaffected might spread, and so he decided to join issue with his foes. And since there were many captives in his camp, and he had no way to guard them during the progress of the battle, and could not trust them to refrain from doing mischief, he put the majority of them to death, contrary to his own inclinations, being a slave in this matter to necessity. But he was the more ready to do it because his opponents had killed such of his soldiers as had been taken alive. After doing this, he armed his men for battle, and when the two armies were already drawn up in line of battle, two eagles that flew above the heads of the two armies battled together and foretold to the combatants the outcome of the war. For just as the eagle on the side of Brutus was beaten and fled, so his heavy armed force was defeated after a long and close struggle, and then, when many had fallen, his cavalry also gave way, though it fought nobly. Thereupon the victors pursued them as they fled in various directions, although they neither killed nor captured anyone, but they kept watch on the separate forces during the night and did not allow them to unite again. Now Brutus, who had made his escape up to a well-fortified stronghold, undertook to break through in some way to his camp, but when he was unsuccessful and furthermore learned that some of his soldiers had made terms with the victors, he no longer had any hope, but despairing of safety and disdaining capture, he took refuge in death. He first uttered aloud this sentence of Hercules: "O wretched valour, thou wert but a name, and yet I worshipped thee as real indeed. But now it seems thou wert but Fortune's slave." Then he called upon one of the bystanders to kill him. His body received burial at Antony's hands, all but his head, which was sent to Rome. But as the ships encountered a storm during the voyage across from Dyrrachium, that was thrown into the sea. At his death, the majority of his soldiers immediately transferred their allegiance with a proclamation of amnesty which was issued to them, but Porcia perished by swallowing a red-hot coal, and most of the prominent men who had held offices or still survived of the number of Caesar's assassins, or of those who had been proscribed straight away, killed themselves, or, like Favonius, were captured and put to death. The remainder escaped to the sea at this time, and later joined Sextus. Thus Brutus and Cassius perished, slain by the swords with which they had murdered Caesar, and also the others who had shared in the plot against him were all, except a very few, destroyed, some before this, some at this time, and some subsequently. For justice and the divine will seem to have led to suffer death themselves men who had killed their benefactor, one who had attained such eminence in both virtue and good fortune. As for Caesar and Antony, on the other hand, they secured an advantage over Lepidus for the moment, because he had not shared the victory with them. Yet they were destined ere long to turn against each other, For it is a difficult matter for 3 men, or even 2, who are equal in rank, and as a result of war have gained control over vast interests, to be of one accord. Hence, whatever they for a time had gained while acting in harmony for the purpose of overthrowing their adversaries, all this they now began to set up as a prize to be won by rivalry with each other. Thus they immediately redistributed the empire so that Spain and Numidia fell to Caesar, Gaul and Africa to Antony, and they further agreed that, in case Lepidus showed any vexation at this, they should give up Africa to him. This was all they allotted between them, since Sextus was still occupying Sardinia and Sicily, and the other regions outside of Italy were still in a state of turmoil. About Italy itself I need say nothing, of course, as it was always excluded from such allotments, for they never even talked as if they were struggling to obtain it, but as if they were defending it. So they left Italy and the places held by Sextus to be common property, and Antony undertook to reduce those who had fought against them, and to collect the money necessary to pay what had been promised to the soldiers, and Caesar undertook to curtail the power of Lepidus in case he should make any hostile move, to conduct the war against Sextus, and to assign to those of the troops who had passed the age limit the land which they had promised them, and these they forthwith discharged. Furthermore, he sent with Antony 2 legions of his followers, and Antony promised to give him in return an equal number of those stationed at the time in Italy. After making these agreements by themselves, putting them in writing and sealing them, they exchanged copies of the documents to the end that, if any transgression were committed, it might be proved by these records. Thereupon Antony set out for Asia and Caesar for Italy. Caesar was so prostrated by his sickness on the journey and during the voyage as to cause even the people in Rome to look for his death. They did not believe, however, that he was lingering so much by the reason of ill health as because he was devising some mischief, and consequently they expected to suffer every possible injury. Yet they not only voted to the conquerors many honours for their victory, such as would have been given, of course, to their opponents had they conquered, for on such occasions everybody always spurns the loser and honours the city. But they also decided, though against their will, to celebrate a Thanksgiving during practically the entire year. For Caesar ordered them outright to do this in recognition of the vengeance taken upon the assassins. During this delay of Caesar's, all sorts of stories were current, and all sorts of feelings resulted from them. For example, some spread a report that he was dead and caused pleasure to many people. Others said he was planning some evil, and filled numerous persons with fear. Therefore some proceeded to hide their property and to protect themselves, and others considered in what ways they might possibly make their escape. Others, and they were the majority, being unable to devise a plan by reason of their excessive fear, prepared to meet a certain doom. The courageous element was insignificant and exceedingly small, for in the light of the former great and manifold destruction of both lives and property, they expected that anything whatever of a like character or worse might happen, insomuch as they now had been utterly vanquished. Therefore Caesar, fearing that they might begin a revolt, especially since Lepidus was there, forwarded a letter to the Senate urging its members to be of good cheer, and promising further that he would do everything in a mild and humane way, after the manner of his father. This was what took place then. The following year, Publius Servilius and Lucius Antonius nominally became consuls, but in reality it was Antonius and Fulvia She, the mother-in-law of Caesar and wife of Antony, had no respect for Lepidus because of his slothfulness, and managed affairs herself, so that neither the Senate nor the people transacted any business contrary to her pleasure. At any rate, when Lucius urged that he be allowed to celebrate a triumph over certain people dwelling in the Alps, on the ground that he had conquered them, Fulvia for a time opposed him, and no one was for granting it, but when her favour was courted and she gave permission, they voted for the measure unanimously. Therefore, though it was nominally Antonius who, here there is a gap in the text, and celebrated a triumph over the people whom he claimed to have vanquished, in reality he had done nothing deserving a triumph and had held no command at all in those regions. Yet it was actually Fulvia. Here there is another gap in the text. At all events, she assumed a far prouder bearing over the affair than he did, because she had a truer cause. For to give anyone authority to hold a triumph was a greater thing than to celebrate one which had been received at another's hands. Except that Lucius donned the triumphal garb, mounted the chariot, and performed the other rites customary in such cases, it was Fulvia herself who seemed to be giving the spectacle, employing him as her assistant. It took place on the first day of the year, and Lucius plumed himself as much as Marius had done on the circumstance that he held it on the first day of the month, in which he began his consulship. Moreover, he exulted even more than Marius, claiming that he had voluntarily laid aside the trappings of the procession and had assembled the Senate in his civilian dress, whereas Marius had done so unwillingly. And he added that scarcely a single crown had been given to Marius, whereas he himself had obtained many, and particularly from the people, tribe by tribe, an honour which had been conferred upon no former victor, in his case owing to the influence of Fulvia and to the money which he had secretly lavished upon various persons. It was in this year that Caesar arrived in Rome, and after he had taken the usual steps to celebrate his victory, he turned his attention to the administration and dispatch of the affairs of state. Lepidus, it seems, did not resort to revolutionary measures, partly because he feared Caesar and partly because he was lacking in resolution. And as for Lucius and Fulvia, they kept quiet at first, because they counted upon their kinship with Caesar, and upon their being partners in his supremacy. But as time went on, they quarrelled, Lucius and Fulvia, because when the lands were apportioned, they did not secure a share in the portion which belonged to Antony and Caesar, because he did not get back from the others his troops. Hence their kinship by marriage was dissolved, and they were brought to open warfare, for Caesar could not endure the difficult temper of his mother-in-law, and choosing to appear to be at odds with her rather than with Antony, he sent back her daughter with the remark that she was still a virgin, a statement which he confirmed by an oath, indifferent whether it should be thought that the woman had remained a virgin in his house so long a time for other reasons, or whether it should seem that he had so planned it long in advance by way of preparing for the future. After this had happened, there was no longer any friendship between them, but Lucius, together with Fulvia, attempted to get control of affairs, pretending to be doing this on behalf of Antony, and would yield to Caesar on no point. In fact, because of his devotion to his brother, he took the cognomen Pietas, while Caesar on his part made no open charge against Antony, fearing to make him an enemy while he was in charge of the province in Asia. But he accused the other two and took measures to thwart them, on the grounds that they were acting in all respects contrary to Antony's desire, and were aiming at their own supremacy. Both sides placed the greatest hope of power in the allotment of land, and consequently the beginning of their quarrel was concerned with that. for Caesar wished to act by himself in distributing the territory to all those who had made the campaign with himself and Antony, according to the compact made with them after the victory, in order to win their goodwill, while Lucius and Fulvia claimed the right to assign to their troops the land that fell to them and to colonize the cities, in order to appropriate to themselves the influence of these colonies, for it seemed to both sides to be the simplest method to give to the troops which had fought with them the possessions of the unarmed. But contrary to their expectation, great disturbance resulted, and the matter began to tend towards war. For at first Caesar proceeded to take from the possessions and to give to the veterans all Italy, except what some old campaigners might have received as a gift or bought from the government, and was then holding, together with the slaves and the entire equipment of the estates. Consequently, the persons who were being deprived of their property were terribly enraged against him. Thereupon Fulvia and the consul changed their plan, since they hoped to gain more power in the cause of the oppressed, and consequently neglected those who were to receive the estates, and turned their attention to the other class, which was more numerous and was animated by a righteous indignation at the despoliation they were suffering. Next they espoused the cause of these persons individually, aiding and uniting them, so that the men who previously had been afraid of Caesar became courageous now that they had found champions, and would no longer give up any of their property, for they supposed that Marcus too approved of the consul's policy. Lucius and Fulvia accordingly were winning over this class, and at the same time were not clashing with the adherents of Caesar, for instead of pretending that there was no need for the soldiers to receive allotments, they tried to show that the possessions of those who had fought against them were sufficient for the soldiers, particularly by pointing out lots of land and articles of furniture, some still available and some already sold, of which they declared the former ought to be given to the men outright, and the price of the latter presented to them. If even this did not satisfy them, they tried to secure the affection of them all by holding out hopes in Asia. In this way it quickly came about that Caesar, inasmuch as he was forcibly taking away the property of those who possessed anything, and was causing troubles and dangers on account of it to all alike, gave offence to both parties, whereas the other two, since they were taking nothing from anybody and were showing those who were to receive the gifts how the promises made to them could be fulfilled without a conflict by drawing upon the resources lying ready at hand, one over each of the two classes. In consequence of this and of the famine, which was grievously oppressing them at this time, insomuch as the sea off Sicily was controlled by Sextus, and the Ionian Gulf by Gnaeus Domitius Ahenobarbus, Caesar found himself in dire straits, for Domitius was one of Caesar's murderers, and having escaped from the Battle of Philippi, he got together a small fleet, had made himself for a time master of the Gulf, and was doing the greatest harm to the cause of his opponents. Now all this troubled Caesar greatly, and likewise the fact that in the disputes which had arisen between the veterans and the senators and the landholding class in general, and these disputes were coming up in great numbers since they were struggling for the greatest prize, he could not attach himself to either side without danger. It was impossible, of course, for him to please both, for the one side wished to run riot and the other to be unharmed, the one side to get the property of others, the other to hold what was their own, and as often as he gave the preferences to the interests of this party or that, according as he found it necessary, he incurred the hatred of the other, and he did not meet with so much gratitude for the favours he conferred as anger for the concessions he refused to make. For the one class took as their due all that was given them, and regarded it as no kindness, while the other was indignant on the grounds that they were being robbed of their belongings, and as a result he continued to offend either the one group or the other, and to be reproached now with being a friend of the people and now with being a friend of the army. Consequently, he was making no headway, and he furthermore learned by actual experience that arms had no power to make the injured feel friendly towards him, and that, while all those who would not submit might perish by arms, yet it was out of the question for anyone to be compelled to love a person whom he does not wish to love. Thereupon he reluctantly yielded, and not only desisted from depriving the senators of their property, for previously he used to think it right to distribute anything that was theirs, asking them, "From what other source then are we to pay the veterans their prize money?" As if anyone had commanded him to wage war or to make his large promises to the soldiers, but also kept his hands off other private property, such as the objects of value which women had acquired for their marriage portions, or the property possessed by other persons, when it was of less value than the allotment of land given to the individual veterans. When this was done, the Senate and the others who were having nothing taken from them became fairly meek in their attitude towards him, but the veterans were indignant, feeling that Caesar's sparing of the others' property and the honours shown them were at the expense of their own honour and profit, since they would receive less. They killed many of the centurions and of the others who were friendly to Caesar and were trying to restrain them from rioting, and they came very near slaying Caesar himself, making any excuse suffice for their anger. And they did not cease from their irritation until their own relatives and also the fathers and the sons of those who had fallen in battle had restored to them all the land that any of them had possessed. As a result of this, the soldiers became more friendly towards him once more, while for that very reason the populace was again indignant. They repeatedly came to blows, and there was continual fighting between them, so that many were wounded and killed on both sides alike. The one party was superior by reason of the arms with which it was equipped and of its experience in the wars, and the other by its large numbers and by the tactics in hurling missiles upon their opponents from the rooftops. Consequently, many houses were burned down, and the rent of those who dwelt in the city was entirely remitted up to a maximum of 2,000 sesterces, while for those who lived in the rest of Italy it was reduced to a fourth for 1 year, for the fighting went on in all the cities alike, wherever the two parties fell in with each other. When these things kept occurring, and soldiers sent ahead by Caesar into Spain made an uprising at Placentia, and were not quieted until they had received money from the people there, and when furthermore they were hindered from crossing the Alps by Calenus and Ventidius, who held Transalpine Gaul, Caesar became afraid that he might meet with some disaster and began to wish to be reconciled with Fulvia and the consul, and when he could not accomplish anything by making overtures to them personally and on his own responsibility, he had recourse to the veterans, and through them attempted to effect a reconciliation. The others were related at this, and since they were winning over those who had lost their lands, Lucius went about in every direction organising them and detaching them from Caesar, while Fulvia occupied Praeneste, and with senators and knights for her associates was wont to conduct all her deliberations with their help, even sending orders to whatever points required it. And why should anyone be surprised at this, when she would gird herself with a sword, give out the watchword to the soldiers, and in many instances harangue them, all of which gave additional offence to Caesar. He, however, had no way of overthrowing his opponents, being far inferior to them not only in troops but also in regard to the goodwill of the citizens, for he was causing distress to many, whereas they were filling everyone with hope. Accordingly, he often proposed reconciliation to them personally through friends, and when he accomplished nothing, he sent to them envoys from the veterans, for he expected by these means, if possible, to obtain his request, adjust his present difficulties, and gain a strength equal to theirs for the future. But in case he should fail of these aims, he believed that at any rate they and not he would bear the responsibility for the quarrel, and this actually happened, for when he effected nothing, even though the soldiers were sent, he sent senators, showing them the compact which Antony had made with him, and appointing them arbitrators of their differences, as he expressed it. But even then nothing was accomplished, since his opponents in the first place made many counter-proposals, demands which Caesar was sure not to comply with, and then claimed to be doing everything that they did by the order of Mark Antony. Thereupon Caesar betook himself once more to the veterans. After this, the veterans assembled in Rome in great numbers, giving out the day they intended to make some communication to the people and to the Senate. But instead of troubling themselves about this errand, they assembled on the Capitol, and after commanding that the compact which Antony and Caesar had made should be read to them, they ratified these agreements and voted that they themselves should be made arbitrators of the differences between them. After recording this action on tablets and sealing them, they delivered them to the Vestal virgins to keep, and they gave command to Caesar, who was present, and to the other party through an embassy, to present themselves for a trial at Gabii on a stated day. Caesar showed his readiness to submit to arbitration, and the others promised to be there but did not go, either because they were afraid or because they thought it beneath them. At any rate, they were wont to make fun of the veterans, calling them among other names Centatus Caligatus, on account of their military boots they wore. So the veterans condemned Lucius and Fulvia as guilty of wrongdoing and espoused the cause of Caesar, and then, after many further deliberations, they took up the war once more and proceeded vigorously with their preparations for it. In particular, they collected money from all sources, even from the temples, for they took away all the votive offerings that could be converted into money, those deposited in Rome itself as well as those in the rest of Italy, that was under their control. Both money and soldiers came to them also from Gallia Togata, which had been included by this time in the district of Italy, in order that no one else under the plea of ruling that province should keep soldiers south of the Alps. Both Caesar was making his preparations then, and Fulvia and Lucius were gathering their supplies and assembling their forces. Meanwhile, both sides in turn sent embassies and dispatched soldiers and officers in every direction, and each managed to seize some places first, though repulsed from others. The most of these operations, especially those involving no great or memorable achievement, I will pass over, but will relate briefly the points which are most worthy of mention. Caesar made an expedition against Nursia among the Sabines, and routed the Sabines, and routed the garrison encamped before it, but was repulsed from the city by Ticinus Gallus. Accordingly, he went over into Umbria and laid siege to Sentium, but failed to capture it. Lucius, meanwhile, had sent soldiers at first to his friends in Rome on one excuse and another, and then had suddenly marched against the city himself, conquered the cavalry force that met him, hurled the infantry back within the walls, and after that taken the city. since his soldiers who had already arrived there joined in attacking the defenders inside, and since neither Lepidus, who had been entrusted with the guarding of the place, offered any resistance by reason of his inherited slothfulness, nor did Servilius the consul, who was too easy-going. So, on ascertaining that Caesar left Quintus Salvidinus Rufus to look after the people of Sentinum, and himself set out for Rome. Now when Lucius learned of this, he withdrew before Caesar's arrival, having had a vote passed authorizing him to leave the city in order to begin a war. Indeed, he delivered an address before the people in military uniform which no one else had done. Thus Caesar was received into the capital without striking a blow, and when he pursued Lucius and failed to catch him, he returned and kept a more careful watch over the city. Meanwhile, as soon as Caesar had left Sentium, and Gaius Furius, the defender of the wall, had issued forth and pursued him a long distance, Rufus unexpectedly attacked the citizens inside, and capturing the town, plundered and burned it. The inhabitants of Nursia came to terms without having suffered any ill treatment. When, however, after burying those who had fallen in the battle they had with Caesar, they inscribed on their tombs that they had died contending for their liberty, they were punished by an enormous fine, so that they abandoned the city and at the same time all of their territory. When they were thus engaged, Lucius withdrew from Rome, as I have stated, and set out for Gaul, but finding his way blocked, he turned aside to Perusia, an Etruscan city. There he was intercepted first by the lieutenants of Caesar and later by Caesar himself, and was besieged. The investment proved a long operation, for the place is naturally a strong one and had been amply stocked with provisions, and horsemen sent by Lucius before he was entirely hemmed in greatly harassed the besiegers, while many others besides came speedily to his defence from various quarters. Many attacks were made upon these reinforcements separately, and many engagements were fought close to the walls, until the followers of Lucius, even though they were generally successful, nevertheless were forced by hunger to capitulate. The leader and some others obtained pardon, but most of the senators and knights were put to death, and the story goes that they did not merely suffer deaths in an ordinary form, but were led to the altar consecrated to the former Caesar and were then sacrificed. 300 knights and many senators, among them Tiberius Canutius, who previously during his tribuneship had assembled the populace for Caesar Octavianus. Of the people of Perusia and the others who were captured there, the majority lost their lives, and the city itself, except the temple of Vulcan and the statue of Juno, was entirely destroyed by fire. The statue, which was preserved by some chance, was brought to Rome in accordance with a vision that Caesar saw in a dream, and it secured for the city the privilege of being peopled again by any who desired to settle there, although they did not acquire anything of its territory beyond the first mile. After the capture of Perusia in the consulship of Gnaeus Calvinus, who was serving for the second time, and Asinius Pollio, the other places in Italy also went over to Caesar, partly as the result of force and partly of their own accord. For this reason Fulvia fled with her children to her husband, and many of the foremost men made their way partly to him and partly to Sextus in Sicily. Julia, the mother of the Antoni, went there at first and was received by Sextus with extreme kindness. Later she was sent by him to her son Marcus, carrying proposals of friendship to him and taking along envoys. In this company, which at that time departed from Italy and took refuge with Antony, was Tiberius Claudius Nero. He had been in charge of a garrison in Campania, and when Caesar's party got the upper hand, he withdrew with his wife Livia Drusilla, and with his son Tiberius. This, again, was one of the strangest whims of fate, for this Livia, who then fled from Caesar, later on was married to him, and this Tiberius, who then took flight with his parents, succeeded Caesar in the office of emperor. This, however, occurred much later. At the time in question, the citizens of Rome resumed the garb of peace, which they had laid aside without any decree. Under compulsion from the people, they gave themselves up to merrymaking, conveyed Caesar in his triumphal dress into the city, and honoured him with a laurel crown, giving him also the right to wear it on every occasion on which it was the custom of those celebrating triumphs to use it. And after Italy had been subdued and the Ionian Gulf cleared, for Domitius, despairing of ever again being able to dominate it unsupported, had sailed away to Antony, Caesar proceeded to make preparations to set out against Sextus. When, however, he learned the power of the foe, and that he had been in communication with Antony through Antony's mother and through envoys, he feared that he might become embroiled with both at once. Therefore, since he preferred Sextus as more trustworthy or perhaps as stronger than Antony, he sent him his mother Mucia and married the sister of Sextus' father-in-law, Lucius Scribonius Libo, in the hope that by this favour and by this relationship he might make him a friend. Sextus, it should be explained, after leaving Spain at the time already referred to in accordance with his compact with Lepidus, had been appointed admiral a little later, and although he had been removed from this office by Caesar, he nevertheless held on to his fleet and made bold to sail to Italy. But when Caesar's adherents had now secured control of the country, and he learned that he had been convicted as one of the assassins of Caesar's father, he kept away from the mainland, but sailed about among the islands, maintaining a sharp watch on what was going on and supplying himself with food without resort to crimes. For inasmuch as he had not taken part in the murder, he expected to be restored by Caesar himself. When, however, his name actually was posted on the tablet, and he knew that the edict of proscription was in force against him also, he despaired of being restored by Caesar and made ready for war. He proceeded to build triremes, received the deserters, won the support of the pirates, and took the exiles under his protection. By these means he soon grew powerful and became master of the sea off Italy, so that he made descents upon its harbours, towed away the vessels, and engaged in pillage. As matters went well with him, and his activity supplied him with soldiers and money, he sailed to Sicily and seized Mysae and Tyndaris without effort, though he was repulsed from Messana by Pompeius Bithynicus, then governor of Sicily. Nevertheless, he did not retire altogether from the island, but overran the country, prevented the importation of provisions, and won over those who brought help to the Sicilians by filling some with fear of suffering similar fates, and by laying ambushes for others and injuring them. He also attached himself to the quaestor, securing the funds he had, and finally got possession of Messana and also Bithynicus under an agreement that the latter should enjoy equal authority with him. Bithynicus he did not harm at the time, but from the citizens he took away their arms and money. He next was to win over Syracuse and some other cities, from which he gathered more soldiers and got together a very strong fleet. Quintus Cornificius also sent him a considerable force from Africa. While Sextus was thus growing stronger, Caesar for a time took no notice of him, both because he despised him and because the business in hand kept him occupied. But when, owing to the famine, many deaths occurred in the city, and Sextus made an attempt on Italy also, Caesar at last began to have a fleet equipped, and sent Salvidinus Rufus ahead with a force to Rhegium. Rufus managed to repel Sextus from Italy, and when Sextus retired to Sicily, undertook to manufacture boats of leather similar to those used on the ocean. He made a framework of light rods for the interior and stretched over them an uncured oxhide after the manner of a circular shield. When he got himself laughed at and decided that it would be dangerous for him to try to use them in crossing the strait, he abandoned them and ventured to undertake the passage with the fleet that had been got ready and had since arrived, but it proved impossible for him to do so, since the superior number and size of his ships were far from being a match for the skill and daring of the enemy. Now Caesar was an eyewitness of the battles, insomuch as these events took place when he was setting out on his expedition into Macedonia, and he was filled with chagrin, particularly because this was the first time he had been defeated in any encounter. For this reason, although the major part of his fleet had been preserved, he did not again venture to cross over by main force, but he made many attempts to do so secretly, feeling that if he could once set foot on the islands, he would certainly be decidedly superior with his infantry. After a time, however, finding that he was accomplishing nothing because of the vigilant guard maintained on every side, he ordered others to keep a watch on Sicily, and himself went to meet Antony at Brundisium, whence, reinforced by his main fleet, he crossed the Ionian Gulf. After this, Sextus occupied the whole of the island and put Bithynicus to death on the charge that he had plotted against him. He also produced triumphal spectacles and held a naval battle of the captives in the strait close to Rhegium itself, so that his opponents could look on, causing small wooden boats to contend with others of leather in mockery of Rufus. After this he built more ships and dominated the sea round about, and he assumed a certain additional glory and pride by representing himself to be the son of Neptune, since his father had once ruled the whole sea. Thus he fared as long as the forces of Cassius and Brutus held together. But when those men had perished, Lucius, Stius, and others took refuge with him. He was at first glad to receive him, for he brought with him the force he commanded, but later observing that he was an active and high-spirited man, he put him to death on a charge of treachery. Thus reinforced by the fleet of Stius, and also by the multitude of slaves who kept arriving from Italy, he gained tremendous strength. In fact, so many persons deserted that the Vestal virgins prayed over the sacrifices that their desertion might be checked. For these reasons, and because Sextus was harbouring the exiles, cultivating the friendship of Antony, and plundering a great portion of Italy, Caesar desired to become reconciled with him, but when he failed of that, he ordered Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa to wage war against him, and himself set out for Gaul. However, when Sextus learned of this, he waited until Agrippa was busy with the Ludi Apollinares, for he was praetor at the time, and was not only giving himself airs in various other ways on the strength of his being an intimate friend of Caesar, but also in particular he gave 2-day celebration of the Cicernian Games, and prided himself upon his production of the game called Troy, which was performed by the boys of the nobility. Now, while he was thus occupied, Sextus crossed over into Italy and remained there, carrying on marauding expeditions until Agrippa arrived. Then he left a garrison at certain points and sailed back again. As for Caesar, he had formerly tried, as I have related, to get possession of Gaul through various agents, and had been unable on account of Calenus and others who supported Antony's cause. But now he occupied it in person, when he discovered that Calenus had fallen ill and died, and when he had acquired his army without difficulty. Meanwhile, seeing that Lepidus was vexed at being deprived of the province that belonged to him, he sent him to Africa, desiring that he should receive the province as a gift from himself alone, and not from Antony also, and should thus become more closely attached to him. The Romans had 2 provinces in that part of Africa, as I have remarked. The governors before the League of the Triumvirs were Titus Sextius over the Numidian country, and Cornificius with Decimus Laelius over the other, the first named being friendly to Antony and the other two to Caesar. For a time Sextius waited, expecting that the others, who had a far larger force, would invade his domain, and he was preparing to withstand them there. But when they delayed, he began to despise them, and he was further elated when a cow spoke with a human voice, as they say, and bade him lay hold of the task before him. And when he had a dream in which a bull that had been buried in the city of Tuca seemed to urge him to dig up its head and carry it about on a pole, intimating that by this means he should conquer. Without hesitation, then, especially when he found the bull at the place where the dream said it was, he took the initiative by invading Africa. At the outset he occupied Hadrianometum and some few other places which were taken by surprise at his sudden assault. But later, while off his guard because of this very success, he was ambushed by the quaestor of Cornificius, lost a large portion of his army and withdrew into Numidia, and since he chanced to meet with this reverse when he was without the bull's head, he ascribed his defeat to the fact, and made preparations to take the field again. Meanwhile, his opponents anticipated him by invading his province, and while the others were besieging Cirta, the quaestor of Cornificius with the cavalry proceeded against him, overcame him in a few cavalry battles, and won over Sextius quaestor. After these experiences, Sextius secured some fresh reinforcements, risked battle again, conquered the quaestor in his turn, and shut up Laelius, who was overrunning the country, within his fortifications. He deceived Cornificius, who was intending to come to the defence of his colleague, making him believe that Laelius had been captured, and after thus throwing him into a state of dejection, defeated him, and he not only slew Cornificius in the battle but also Laelius, who made a sally with the intention of taking his enemy in the rear. After this achievement, Sextius occupied Africa and governed both provinces in security until Caesar, according to the compact made by him with Antony and Lepidus, took over the command of these provinces and put Gaius Fuficius Fango in charge of them. Then indeed Sextius voluntarily gave up the provinces. When, however, the battle with Brutus and Cassius had been fought and Caesar and Antony had redistributed the world, Caesar taking Numidia for his share of Libya, and Antony Africa, for Lepidus, as I have stated, ruled with them only in name and often was not recorded in the documents even to this extent. When I say this had occurred, Fulvia bade Sextius resume his rule of Africa. He was at this time still lingering in Libya, making the winter season his plea, but in reality knowing full well that there would be some kind of revolution. As he could not persuade Fango to retire from the country, he associated himself with the natives, who detested Fango, for he had served in the mercenary force, many of whose members, as has been stated in my narrative, had actually been elected to the Senate, and was ruling the natives badly. For this turn of affairs Fango retired into Numidia, where he ill-treated the people of Cirta because they despised him in view of the present circumstances. He also expelled from his kingdom a certain Arabio, a prince among the neighbouring barbarians, who had first helped Laelius and had later attached himself to Sextius. This he did because Arabio refused to make an alliance with him. When the prince fled to Sextius, Fango demanded his surrender, and upon being refused he grew angry, invaded Africa, and ravaged a part of the country. But when Sextius took the field against him, he was defeated in slight but numerous engagements and consequently retired again into Numidia. Sextius went after him and had hopes of soon vanquishing him, especially with the aid of Arabio's horse. But he became suspicious of Arabio and treacherously murdered him, after which he accomplished nothing further at that time, for the cavalry enraged at Arabio's death left Sextius in the lurch, and most of them took the side of Fango. For the time being, Sextius and Fango concluded an alliance, agreeing that the cause for the war between them had been removed. Later, however, Fango waited until Sextius was feeling secure on account of the truce and then invaded Africa. Thereupon they joined battle with each other, and at first both sides were victorious and also beaten, for Fango was superior in his Numidian cavalry and Sextius in his citizen infantry, so that they plundered each other's camps without the men on either side knowing what fate had befallen their comrades. Then, when they retired and perceived what had happened, they came to blows again. The Numidians were routed, and Fango escaped for the moment into the mountains, but during the night some hart beasts ran past, and thinking that the enemy's cavalry were at hand, he committed suicide. Thus Sextius gained possession of all the other districts without trouble, and subdued by famine Zama, which held out for a long time. Thereafter he governed both the provinces again until Lepidus was sent. Against him he took no measures, either because he thought this policy had the approval of Antony, or because he was by no means so strong as Lepidus in troops. Instead he remained quiet, acting as if the inevitable were a favour on his part to Lepidus. In this way Lepidus gained possession of both provinces. So much for these events. During the same period following the battle at Philippi, Mark Antony came to the mainland of Asia, where he levied contributions upon the cities and sold the positions of authority. Some of the districts he visited in person, and to others he sent agents. Meanwhile he fell in love with Cleopatra, whom he had seen in Cilicia, and thereafter gave not a thought to honour, but became the Egyptian woman's slave, and devoted his time to his passion for her. This caused him to do many outrageous things, and in particular to drag her brothers from the temple of Artemis at Ephesus and put them to death. And finally he left Plancus in the province of Asia and Saxa in Syria, and departed for Egypt. This action was chiefly responsible for many disturbances. The inhabitants of the island of Arados paid no heed to the agents sent them by him to secure money, and even went so far as to kill some of them, and the Parthians, who had previously been active, now assailed the Romans more than ever. Their leaders were Labienus and Pacorus, the latter being a son of King Orodes, and the former a son of Titus Labienus. The manner of Labienus coming among the Parthians and what he did in conjunction with Pacorus was as follows. He was an ally of Brutus and Cassius, and having before the battle been sent to Orodes to secure some reinforcements, was detained by him for a long time, while the king was waiting for the turn of events and hesitating to join forces with him, yet fearing to refuse. Later, when the news of the defeat reached him, and it appeared to be the intention of the victors to spare none who had resisted them, Labienus remained among the barbarians, choosing to live with them rather than to perish at home. Now, as soon as Labienus was aware of Antony's demoralization, of his passion, and of his departure for Egypt, he persuaded the Parthian king to make an attack upon Rome, for he declared their armies were either destroyed utterly or impaired, while the remainder of the troops were in a state of mutiny and would again be at war, and he accordingly advised the king to subjugate Syria and the adjoining districts, while Caesar was busy in Italy with Sextus, and Antony was indulging his passions in Egypt. He promised to assume command in the war, and assured Orodes that if allowed to follow this course, he would detach many of the provinces insomuch as they were already estranged from the Romans through the constant ill treatment they had experienced. By these arguments he persuaded Orodes to wage war and was entrusted by him with a large force and with the king's son Pacorus. With them he invaded Phoenicia and, advancing against Aparma, he was repulsed from its walls but won the garrisons in the country to his side without resistance. For these garrisons consisted of troops that had served with Brutus and Cassius. Antony had incorporated them in his own forces and at this time had assigned them the garrison duty in Syria because they knew the country. So Labienus easily won over all these men, since they were well acquainted with him, with the exception of Saxa, their leader at the time, who was brother of the general Saxa, as well as a quaestor, and therefore refused to go over to the other side, being the only one who did, and Saxa, the general, he conquered in a pitched battle through the superior numbers and ability of his own cavalry, and when the other later on made a dash by night from his entrenchments, he pursued them. The reason why Saxa fled was that he feared his associates would take up with the cause of Labienus, who was trying to lure them away by means of pamphlets which he kept shooting into Saxa's camp. Now when Labienus overtook the fugitive, he slew most of them, and then when Saxa made his escape to Antioch he captured Aparma, which no longer resisted, since the inhabitants believed that Saxa was dead, and subsequently he brought Antioch also to terms, now that Saxa had abandoned it, and finally, after pursuing the fugitive into Cilicia, he seized Saxa himself and put him to death. After the death of Saxa, Pacorus made himself master of Syria and subjugated all of it except Tyre. But that city had already been occupied by the Romans who survived and by the natives who were in sympathy with them, and neither persuasion could prevail against them nor force, since Pacorus had no fleet. They accordingly continued to be proof against capture, but Pacorus secured all the rest of Syria. He then invaded Palestine and deposed Hyrcanus, who was at the moment in charge of affairs there, having been appointed by the Romans, and in his stead set up his brother Aristobulus as a ruler, because of the enmity existing between them. In the meantime, Labienus had occupied Cilicia and had obtained the allegiance of the cities of the mainland except Stratonicia, since Plancus, in fear of him, had crossed over to the islands. Most of the places he took without conflict, but for Mylasa and Albanda he had to fight. For although these cities had accepted garrisons from him, they murdered them on the occasion of a festival and revolted, and because of this he punished the people of Alabanda when he had captured it, and razed to the ground the town of Mylasa after it had been abandoned. As for Stratonicia, he besieged it for a long time, but was unable to capture it in any way. Now in consequence of these successes Labienus proceeded to levy money and to rob the temples, and he styled himself Imperator and Parthicus, in the latter respect acting directly contrary to the Roman custom, in that he took his title from those whom he was leading against the Romans, as if it were the Parthians and not his fellow citizens that he was defeating. As for Antony, although he kept himself informed of all these operations, as no doubt he did in the case of what was going on in Italy also, for he was ignorant of none of them whatsoever, yet he failed in both instances to take defensive measures in time. Instead, he was so under the sway of his passions and of his drunkenness that he gave not a thought either to his allies or to his enemies. It is indeed true that he had earnestly devoted himself to his duties so long as he had been a subordinate, but had been aiming at the highest prizes. But now that he had got into power, he no longer paid strict attention to any of these things, but joined Cleopatra and the Egyptians in general in their life of luxurious ease until he was entirely demoralised. So when at last he was forced to bestir himself, he sailed to Tyre with the intention of aiding it, but on seeing that the rest of Syria had already been occupied before his coming, he left the inhabitants to their fate on the pretext that he had to wage war against Sextus, and yet he excused his dilatoriness with regard to the latter by alleging his business with the Parthians, and thus on account of Sextus, as he pretended, he gave no assistance to his allies, and none to Italy on account of his allies, but coasted along the mainland as far as Asia and crossed to Greece. Thereafter, meeting his mother and wife, he made Caesar his enemy and made an allegiance with Sextus. After this he went over to Italy, got possession of Sipontum, and proceeded to besiege Brundisium, which had refused to come to terms with him. While he was thus engaged, Caesar, who had already arrived from Gaul, had collected his forces and had sent Publius Servilius Rullus to Brundisium, and Agrippa against Sipontum. Agrippa took the city by storm, but Servius was suddenly attacked by Antony, who destroyed many of his men and won many over. The two leaders thus broke out into open war and were sending messages to the various cities and to the veterans, wherever they thought they could get any aid. And all Italy was again thrown into turmoil, especially Rome, and some were already choosing one side or the other, and others were hesitating, while the leaders themselves and those who were to assist them in the war were in a state of suspense. Fulvia died in Sicyon, where she had been staying, and although Antony was held responsible for her death because of his passion for Cleopatra and her wantonness, nevertheless, when the news was announced, both sides laid down their arms and effected a reconciliation, either because Fulvia had really been the cause of their variance hitherto, or because they chose to make her death an excuse, in view of the fear which each inspired in the other, insomuch as the forces which they had, as well as their ambitions, were equally matched. By the arrangement that was then made, Caesar received Sardinia, Dalmatia, Spain, and Gaul, and Antony all the districts that belonged to the Romans across the Ionian Sea, both in Europe and Asia. As for the provinces in Africa, they were, of course, still held by Lepidus, and Sicily by Sextus. They accordingly divided the empire anew in this way, and undertook in common the war against Sextus, although Antony, through messengers, had taken oaths by which he had bound himself to Sextus against Caesar. And it was chiefly for this reason that Caesar brought himself to receive under a general amnesty all those who had gone over to Antony in the war with Lucius, Antony's brother, among them being Domitius and some of the other assassins of Caesar, as well as those whose names had been posted on the tablets or had in any way cooperated with Brutus and Cassius and had later embraced the cause of Antony. So great indeed is the perversity that reigns in factional strife and war, for men in power take no account of justice, but determine on friend and foe according to their own interests and advantages at the time, and accordingly they regard the same men now as enemies, now as friends, according to the occasion. When they had reached this agreement in their camps at Brundisium, they entertained each other at banquets, Caesar in military and Roman fashion, and Antony in Asiatic and Egyptian style. And now that they had become reconciled, as it appeared, the soldiers who were at that time with Caesar surrounded Antony and demanded of him the money which the two had promised them before the Battle of Philippi, and indeed it was for this that he had been sent into Asia, in order to collect as much as possible. and when he failed to give them anything, they would certainly have done him some harm if Caesar had not restrained them by inspiring them somehow with new hope. After this experience, in order to guard against further unruliness, they sent the superannuated soldiers to the colonies, and then took up the war, for Sextius had come to Italy in accordance with the agreement he had made with Antony, intending with Antony's help to wage war against Caesar. But when he learned of their agreement, he himself went back into Sicily and ordered Menas, a freedman of his, to whom he was altogether devoted, to coast about a portion of the fleet and injure the property of his opponents. Menas accordingly ravaged many parts of Etruria and captured Marcus Titius, the son of Titius, who was one of the proscribed and was then on the side of Sextius. The son had got together some ships in the interest of his own supremacy and had taken up his station off the province of Narbonensis. This Titius suffered no harm, for on his father's account, and because his soldiers carried the name of Sextus on their shields, his life was spared. Yet he did not recompense his benefactor fairly, but on the contrary defeated him in battle and finally slew him, so that his conduct in this matter is remembered among the most notable examples of its kind. Now after Menas had accomplished all this as described, he sailed to Sardinia and engaged in a conflict with Marcus Lurius, the governor there, and at first he was routed, but later, when the other was pursuing him heedlessly, he awaited his attack and turned the tables upon Lurius by winning an unexpected victory over him. Thereupon Lurius abandoned the island, and Menas occupied it, taking all the places by capitulation except Corallis, which he took by siege. For many fugitives from the battle had taken refuge there. He released without ransom several of the captives, including Helenus, a freedman of Caesar, who stood in high favour with his master, thus laying up for himself with Caesar a store of kindness against some future time, and preparing a refuge for himself if he should ever need anything at Caesar's hands. Menas then was so employed, but as for the people in Rome, they would no longer hold their peace, insomuch as Sardinia was in hostile hands, the coast was being pillaged, and they had their corn supply cut off, while famine, the great number of taxes of all sorts which were being imposed, and in addition contributions assessed upon such as possessed slaves, all irritated them greatly. Much as they were pleased with the reconciliation of Antony and Caesar, for they thought that harmony between these men meant peace for themselves, they were equally or even more displeased at the war which the two men were carrying on against Sextus. A short time before they had brought the two rulers into the city mounted on horses as if at a triumph, had bestowed upon them the triumphal dress just as upon those who celebrated triumphs, had allowed them to view the festivals seated upon their chairs of state, and had espoused to Antony Caesar's sister Octavia, now that her husband was dead, though she was pregnant. At the present time, however, they changed their behaviour to a remarkable degree. At first, when they met at various gatherings or came together to witness a spectacle, they would urge Antony and Caesar to secure peace, and at this they raised loud shouts of approval, and when these leaders would not heed them, they were alienated from them and favoured Sextus. They not only kept up a general talk to foster his interests, but also at the games in the circus honoured by loud applause the statue of Neptune carried in the procession, and thus expressing their great delight in him. And when on certain days it was not brought out, they took stones and drove the magistrates from the forum, threw down the statues of Caesar and Antony, and finally, when they could not accomplish anything even in this way, they rushed violently upon those men as if to kill them. Caesar, although his followers were wounded, rent his garments and betook himself to supplicating them, whereas Antony bore himself with more violence towards them. And when chiefly because of this the people became angered, and it was feared that there would even be some act of violence committed in consequence by them. The two were forced against their will to make overtures to Sextus. Meanwhile, Caesar and Antony removed the praetors and the consuls, although it was now near the close of the year, and appointed others instead, caring little that these would remain in office but a few days. One of those who at this time became consul was Lucius Cornelius Balbus of Gades, who so far surpassed the men of his generation in wealth and munificence that at his death he left a bequest of 100 sesterces to each Roman citizen. They not only did this, but when an aedile died on the last day of the year, they chose another to fill out the remaining hours. It was at this time that the Aqua Julia, as it was called, was brought into Rome, and the festival that had been vowed for the completion of the war against the assassins of Caesar was celebrated by the consuls. The duties belonging to the college, called the Septemviri, were performed by the pontifices, since no member of the calling was present. This was also done on many other occasions afterwards. Beside these events which took place that year, Caesar gave a public funeral to Severus, who had been his attendant in childhood and had been given his freedom. Also he put to death Salvidinus Rufus, whom he suspected of having plotted against him. This man was of most obscure origin, and once, while he was tending his flocks, a flame had issued from his head, but he had been so greatly advanced by Caesar as to be made consul without even being a member of the Senate, and his brother, who died before him, had been laid to rest across the Tiber after a bridge had been constructed for this very purpose. But nothing in the life of man is lasting, and he was finally accused in the Senate by Caesar himself and slain as an enemy both of him and of the entire people. Thanksgivings were offered for his downfall, and furthermore the care of the city was commuted to the triumvirs with the customary admonition that it should suffer no harm. In the year preceding this, men belonging to the Order of Knights had slaughtered wild beasts at the games in the circus on the occasion of the Ludi Apollinaries, and an intercalary day had been inserted contrary to the rule, in order that the first day of the succeeding year should not coincide with the market held every 9 days, a clash which had always been strictly guarded against from very early times. Naturally, the day had to be both subtracted again later, in order that the calendar should run according to the system devised by the former Caesar. The domains of Attalus and of Diotarus, who had both died in Galatia, were given to a certain Castor. Also, the law which went by the name of the Lex Falcida, a law which is in full force even today in the matter of succession to inheritances, was enacted by Publius Falcidius while tribune. Its terms are that if an heir feels burdened in any way, he may secure a fourth of the property bequeathed him by surrendering the rest. These were the events of the 2 years. The next year, when Lucius Marcius and Gaius Sabinus held the consulship, the acts of the triumvirs from the time they had formed their oligarchy received ratification at the hands of the Senate, and certain further taxes were imposed by them, because the expenditures proved far greater than the budget made in the time of the former Caesar. For though they were expending vast sums for themselves and especially upon the soldiers, the only thing they were ashamed of was that the expenditures they were making were contrary to precedent. For example, when Caesar now for the first time shaved off his beard, he held a magnificent entertainment himself, besides granting all the other citizens a festival at public expense. He also kept his chin smooth afterwards, like the rest, for he was already beginning to be enamoured of Livia also, and for this reason divorced Scribonia the very day she bore him a daughter. Since the expenditures then were growing far greater than before, and the revenues, which were in any case insufficient, came in at this time in even smaller amounts by reason of the factional discord, they introduced certain new taxes, and they enrolled ever so many men in the Senate, not only from among the allies, or else soldiers or sons of freedmen, but also even slaves. At any rate, one Maximus, when about to become questor, was recognised by his master and hauled away, and while in his case immunity was granted him for having dared to stand for office, yet another slave who was detected while serving as praetor was hurled down the rocks of the Capitol, having first been freed, that his punishment might take on the proper dignity. The expedition which Antony was preparing against the Parthians afforded them some excuse for the large number of new senators. On this same plea they also appointed various magistrates for a number of years ahead, including the consuls for 8 full years, thus regarding some of those who had cooperated with them and winning the favour of others. And they did not choose 2 annual consuls only, as had been the custom, but now for the first time chose several, and these on the very day of the elections. Even before this time, to be sure, some had held office after others who had neither died nor been removed because of disenfranchisement or any other reason. But all such persons had become officials, presumably in accordance with the decision of the magistrates who had been chosen to office for the entire year, whereas now nobody was chosen to serve for a year, but various sets of officials were appointed for the different portions of the entire period. And the men first to enter upon the office of consul secured the name of consuls for the whole year, as if even now the case is true. The others were accorded the same title, it is true, by those who lived in the city or in the rest of Italy during the period of each one's office, as indeed is the case today, but the other citizens of the empire knew few or none of them, and therefore called them lesser consuls. These were the acts of Caesar and Antony at home with Sextus. They first reached an understanding through their associates as to how and on what terms they could effect a reconciliation, and later they themselves conferred with him near Misenum. The 2 took their station on the land, and Sextus not far from where they were on a mound that had been constructed in the sea, with water all around it, for the purpose of securing his safety. There was present also the whole fleet of Sextus and the whole infantry of the other 2, and not merely that, but the forces on the one side had been drawn up on the shore, and those on the other side on the ships, both fully armed, so that it was perfectly evident to all from this very circumstance that it was from fear of each other's military strength and from necessity that they were making peace, the 2 because of the people and Sextus because of his adherents. The compact was made upon these conditions, that the slaves who had deserted should be free, and that all those who had been banished should be restored except Caesar's assassins. They merely pretended, of course, to exclude the last named, since in reality some of them were about to be restored. Indeed, Sextus himself was reputed to have been one of them. But at any rate, it was recorded that all the rest except those should be permitted to return in safety, and with a right to a quarter of their confiscated property. that tribuneships, praetorships, and priesthoods should be given to some of them immediately, that Sextus himself should be chosen consul and appointed augur, should obtain 70 million sesterces from his father's estate, and should govern Sicily, Sardinia, and Achaia for 5 years, that he should not receive deserters or require more ships or keep any garrisons in Italy, but should devote his efforts to securing peace for the peninsula from the side of the sea, and should send a stated amount of grain to the people in the city. They limited him to this period of time because they wished it to appear that they also were holding a temporary and not a permanent authority. After drafting these compacts and reducing them to writing, they deposited the documents with the Vestal Virgins, and then exchanged pledges and embraced one another. Upon this a great and mighty shout arose from the mainland and from the ships at the same moment, for many soldiers and many civilians who were present suddenly cried out all together, being terribly tired of the war and strongly desirous of peace, so that even the mountains resounded. And thereupon great panic and alarm came upon them, and many died of no other cause, while many others perished by being trampled underfoot or suffocated. Those who were in the small boats did not wait to reach the land itself, but jumped out into the sea, and those on land rushed out into the water. Meanwhile, they embraced one another while swimming and threw their arms around one another's necks as they dived, making a spectacle of varied sights and sounds. Some knew that their relatives and associates were living, and seeing them now present gave way to unrestrained joy. Others, supposing that those dear to them had already died, saw them now unexpectedly, and for a long time were at a loss what to do, and were rendered speechless, at once distrusting the sight they saw and praying that it might be true, and they would not accept the recognition as true until they had called their names and had heard their voices in answer. Then, indeed, they rejoiced as if their friends had been brought back to life again, but as they must yield perforce to a flood of joy, they could not refrain from tears. Again, some who were unaware that their dearest ones had perished and thought they were alive and present, went about seeking for them and asking every one they met regarding them. As long as they could learn nothing definite, they were like madmen, and were reduced to despair, both hoping to find them and fearing that they were dead, unable either to give up hope in view of their longing or to give up to grief in view of their hope. But when at last they learned the truth, they would tear their hair and rend their garments, calling upon the lost by name, as if their voices could reach them, and giving way to grief, as if their friends had just then died and were lying there before their eyes, and even if any had no such cause themselves for joy or grief, they were at least affected by the experiences of the rest, for they either rejoiced with him that was glad, or grieved with him that mourned, and so, even if they were free from an experience of their own, yet they could not remain indifferent on account of the comradeship with the rest. Accordingly they became neither sated with joy nor ashamed of grief, because they were all affected in the same way, and they spent the entire day as well as the greater part of the night in these demonstrations. After this the leaders as well as the rest received and entertained each other, first Sextus on his ship and then Caesar and Antony on the shore, for Sextus so far surpassed them in military strength that he would not disembark to meet them on the mainland until they had gone aboard his ship, and although by this arrangement he might have murdered them both while they were in the small boat with only a few followers, as Menas in fact had advised him, he was unwilling to do so. Indeed, to Antony, who had possession of his father's house in the Carni, the name of a region in the city of Rome, he uttered a jest in the happiest manner, saying that he was entertaining them in the Carni, for this is also the name for the keels of ships. Nevertheless, he did not act towards them in any way as if he recalled the past with bitterness, and on the following day he was not only feasted in turn but also betrothed his daughter to Marcus Marcellus, Caesar's nephew. This war, then, had been deferred, and that of Labienus and the Parthians came to an end in the following way. Antony himself returned from Italy to Greece and delayed there for a long time, satisfying his desires and injuring the cities so that they should be in the weakest possible condition when delivered up to Sextus. He lived during this time in many respects contrary to the customs of his country, calling himself, for example, the young Dionysus and insisting on being so called by others. And when the Athenians, in view of this and his general behaviour, betrothed Athena to him, he declared that he accepted the marriage and exacted from them a dowry of 4 million sesterces. While he was occupied with these matters, he sent Publius Ventidius before him into Asia. This officer came upon Labienus before his coming and terrified him by the suddenness of his approach and by his legions. For Labienus was without his Parthians and had with him only the soldiers from the neighbourhood. Ventidius found he would not even risk a conflict with him, and so thrust him forthwith out of the country and pursued him into Syria, taking the lightest part of his army with him. He overtook him near the Taurus range and allowed him to proceed no further, but they encamped there for several days and made no move, for Labienus was awaiting the Parthians and Ventidius his heavy-armed troops. These reinforcements, however, arrived during the same days on both sides, and though Ventidius, through fear of the barbarian cavalry, remained on the high ground where he was encamped, the Parthians, because of their numbers and because they had been victorious once before, despised their opponents and rode up to the hill at dawn, without even waiting to join forces with Labienus. And when nobody came out to meet them, they actually charged straight up the incline. When they were at length on the slope, the Romans rushed down upon them and easily hurled them downhill. Many of the Parthians were killed in hand-to-hand conflict, but still more caused disaster to one another in the retreat, as some had already turned to flight, and others were still coming up. And the survivors fled, not to Labienus, but into Cilicia. Ventidius pursued them as far as the camp, but stopped when he saw Labienus also there. The latter marshalled his forces as if to offer him battle, but perceiving that his soldiers were dejected by reason of the flight of the barbarians, he ventured no opposition at the time, although when night came he attempted to escape somewhere. Nevertheless, Ventidius learned his plan beforehand from deserters, and by setting ambushes killed many in the retreat, and gained over all the rest after they had been abandoned by Labienus. The latter, by changing his dress, gained safety at the time and escaped detection for a while in Cilicia, but was afterwards captured by Demetrius, a freedman of the former Caesar, who had at this time been assigned to Cyprus by Antony. For Demetrius, learning that Labienus was hiding, made a search for him and arrested him. After this, Ventidius recovered Cilicia and attended to the administration of this district himself, but sent ahead Pompadius Silo with cavalry to the Amarnus. This mountain is on the border between Cilicia and Syria, and has a pass so narrow that a wall and gate were once built across it, and the place received its name from that fact. Silo, however, was unable to occupy it and actually came near perishing at the hands of Pharnaptes, a lieutenant of Pacorus in charge of the garrisons at the pass. This would certainly have been his fate had not Ventidius by chance come upon him when he was fighting and succoured him. For Ventidius fell upon the barbarians when they were not expecting him, and were at that same time in smaller force, and slew Pharnaptes and many others. In this way he took over Syria without a battle, now that it was deserted by the Parthians, with the exception of the Aradi, and later occupied Palestine without trouble, after he had frightened the king, Antigonus, out of the country. Beside accomplishing all this, he exacted large sums of money from the rest individually, and large sums also from Antigonus and Antiochus and Malchus the Nabatean, because they had given help to Pacorus. Ventidius himself received no reward for these achievements from the Senate, since he was not acting with independent authority but as lieutenant to another, but Antony was honoured with eulogies and thanksgivings. As for the Aradi, they were afraid they would have to pay the penalty for their boldness against Antony, and so would not come to terms with him, though they were captured by others after much difficulty. About this same time an uprising took place among the Parthian Illyrians, but it was put down by Pollio after a few battles. There was another on the part of the Seretani in Spain, and they were subjugated by Calvinus after he had met with a preliminary success and also a reverse, the latter through his lieutenant, who was ambushed by the barbarians and deserted by his soldiers. Calvinus undertook no operation against the enemy until he had punished these deserters, calling them together as if for some other reason. He made the rest of the army surround them, and then put to death every 10th man in 2 centuries, and punished many of the centurions, including the one who was serving in the Primus Pilus, as it is called. After doing this, and gaining, like Marcus Crassus, a reputation for his disciplining of his army, he set out against his opponents, and with no great difficulty vanquished them. And he obtained a triumph in spite of the fact that Spain had been assigned to Caesar, for those in power could grant the honours at will to those who served as their lieutenants. The gold customarily given by the cities for the triumph Calvinus took from the Spanish towns alone, and of it he spent only a part on the festival, but the greater portion on the Regia. This had been burned down, and he now rebuilt and dedicated it, adorning it splendidly with various objects and with statues in particular, which he asked Caesar to send him, intimating that he would give them back, and when he asked for them later, he did not return them, excusing himself by a witticism. Pretending that he had not enough assistance, he said, "Send some men and take them," and thus Caesar, since he shrank from sacrilege, allowed them to remain as votive offerings. This is what happened at that time. But in the consulship of Appius Claudius and Gaius Norbanus, who were the first to have 2 quaestors apiece as associates, the populace revolted against the tax-gatherers, who oppressed them severely, and came to blows with the men themselves, their assistants, and the soldiers who helped them to collect the money. And 67 praetors, one after another, were appointed and held office. One person was chosen to be quaestor while still accounted a boy, and did not obtain the standing of a juvenis until the next day, and another, who had been enrolled in the Senate, desired to fight as a gladiator. Not only was he prevented, however, from doing this, but an act was also passed prohibiting any senator from fighting as a gladiator, any slave from serving as a lictor, and any burning of dead bodies from being carried on within 2 miles of the city. Now many events of a portentous nature had occurred even before this, such as the sprouting of olive oil on the bank of the Tiber, and many also at this time. Thus the hut of Romulus was burned as a result of some ritual which the pontifices were performing in it. A statue of Virtus, which stood before one of the gates, fell upon its face, and certain persons, becoming inspired by the mother of the gods, declared that the goddess was angry with them. For this reason the Sibylline books were consulted, and they made the same declarations and prescribed that the statue should be taken down to the sea and purified in its waters. Now when the goddess was taken out a long distance from the land into the deep water, and remained there a good while, being brought back only after a long time, the circumstance also caused the Romans no little fear, and they did not recover their spirits until palm trees, 4 in number, sprang up around her temple and in the forum. Beside these occurrences at that time, Caesar married Livia. She was the daughter of Livius Drusus, who had been among those prescribed on the tablet and had committed suicide after the defeat in Macedonia, and the wife of Nero, whom she had accompanied in his flight, as has been related. And it seems that she was in the 6th month with child by him. At any rate, when Caesar was in doubt and inquired of the pontifices whether it was permissible to wed her while pregnant, they answered that if there was any doubt whether conception had taken place, the marriage should be put off, but if this was admitted, there was nothing to prevent its taking place immediately. Perhaps they really found this among the ordinances of the forefathers, but certainly they would have said so even had they not found it. Her husband himself gave the woman in marriage just as a father would, and the following incident occurred at the marriage feast. One of the prattling boys, such as the women keep about them for their amusement, naked as a rule, on seeing Livia reclining in one place with Caesar, and Nero in another with a man, went up to her and said, "What are you doing here, mistress? For your husband," pointing him out, "is reclining over there. So much then for this. Later, when the woman was now living with Caesar, she gave birth to Claudius Drusus Nero. Caesar both acknowledged him and sent him to his real father, making his entry in his memoranda. Caesar returned to its father Nero the child born by Livia his wife. Nero died not long afterwards and left Caesar himself as guardian to the boy and to Tiberius. Now the populace gossiped a great deal about this and said, among other things, 'The lucky have children in 3 months,' and this saying passed into a proverb. During this same time, while these events were occurring in the city, Bogard the Moor sailed to Spain, acting either on instructions from Antony or on his own initiative, and did much damage, receiving also considerable injury in turn. Meanwhile, the people of his own land in the neighbourhood of Tingis rose against him, and so he evacuated Spain, but failed to win back his own domain. For the adherents of Caesar in Spain and Bocchus came to the aid of the rebels and proved too much for him. Bogard departed to join Antony, while Bocchus forthwith took possession of his kingdom, which was afterwards confirmed to him by Caesar, and the people of Tingis were given citizenship. At this time, or even earlier, war was begun between Sextus and Caesar also, for since they had made their agreement not of their own free will or by choice, but under compulsion, they did not abide by it for any time to speak of, but broke the truce at once and quarrelled. They were bound, of course, to go to war in any case, even if they had found no excuse. Their grievances, however, were the following. Menenius, who was at this time still in Sardinia, as if he were a kind of praetor, had incurred the suspicion of Sextus by his release of Helenus and because he had been in communication with Caesar, and he was also slandered to some extent by the people of his own rank who envied him his power. He was therefore summoned by Sextus on the pretext that he should give an account of the grain and money by which he had been in charge, but instead of obeying it, he seized and killed the men sent to him on the errand, and after first negotiating with Caesar, surrendered to him the island, the fleet together with the army, and himself. Caesar on his part was glad to see him, for he declared that Sextus was harbouring deserters contrary to the treaty, was having triremes built, and was keeping garrisons in Italy. Not only did he fail to give up Menas on Sextus' demand, but even went further and treated him with great honour, decorating him with gold rings, and enrolling him in the Order of the Knights. Now, the matter of the gold rings is as follows. Of the ancient Romans, no one, not merely of those who had once been slaves, but even of those who had been brought up as free, was allowed to wear gold rings except the senators and the knights, as has been stated. And for this reason they are given to such freedmen as the ruler may choose, even though these men are already wearing gold in other ways, as a mark of honour indicating that they are superior to the status of freedmen and are eligible to become knights. So much for this matter. Sextus now blamed Caesar, not only for harbouring Menas, but for the further reason that Achaia had been injured and the terms agreed upon were not being carried out either in his case or in that of the restored exiles, and he accordingly sent to Italy Menacrates, another freedman of his, and had him ravage Volturnum and other parts of Campania. Now when Caesar learned of this, he took the documents containing the treaty from the Vestal Virgins and sent for Antony and Lepidus. Lepidus did not at once answer the summons, and as for Antony, although he came to Brundisium, for he chanced to be still in Greece, yet before he could meet Caesar, who put in at Etruria, he became alarmed because a wolf had entered his headquarters and killed some soldiers, and so he sailed back to Greece again, making the urgency of the Parthian situation his excuse. At this, Caesar, in spite of his strong conviction that he had been left in the lurch by Antony with the purpose of making him face the difficulties of the war alone, nevertheless showed no anger openly, but Sextus on his part noised it abroad that Antony did not think Caesar's conduct right and set himself more zealously to the task at hand. Finally, he sailed against Italy, landed at various points, inflicted much injury and suffered much in return. Meanwhile, a naval battle occurred off Cumae between Menacrates and Calvisius Sabinus, in which Caesar lost a large number of ships since he was arrayed against expert seamen, but Menacrates attacked Menas out of jealousy and perished, thus making the loss of Sextus equally great. For this reason, Sextus laid no claim to his victory, and Caesar consoled himself over his defeat. Now Caesar happened at this time to be at Rhegium, and the followers of Sextus, fearing that he would cross over into Sicily, and furthermore being somewhat disheartened at the death of Menacrates, set sail from Cumae. Sabinus pursued them as far as Salium, the Italian promontory, without trouble, but as he was rounding the point, a great wind fell upon him, dashing some of the ships against the promontory, sinking others out at sea, and scattering all the rest. So when Sextus learned of this disaster, he sent his fleet against them, putting Apollophanes in command. This commander discovered Caesar as he was coasting along somewhere in those parts with the intention of coasting into Sicily along with Sabinus, and rushed upon him. Thereupon Caesar brought his ships to anchor together, marshalled the heavy armed soldiers on deck, and at first beat off his assailants nobly, for the ships were drawn up with the prows facing the foes, and so offered him no safe point for attack, but being heavier and higher, did greater damage to those that approached them. and his heavy-armed fighters, when they came to close quarters with the enemy, proved far superior. Then Apollophanes, by backing water, kept transferring the wounded, and those who were at the time wearied by toil, to other ships assigned for the purpose, and took on board fresh men. And he also made constant attacks and used fire-bearing missiles, so that Caesar was at last routed, fled to the land, and came to anchor. When even then the enemy pressed him hard, some of Caesar's men suddenly cut loose their anchors and unexpectedly sailed out to oppose the others. It was only this and the interruption of operations by the coming of night that kept Apollophanes from burning some of the ships and taking in tow all of the rest. After this event, an extraordinary windstorm on the following day fell upon Caesar and Sabinus as they were anchored together, and made their previous reverse seem a trifling matter. The fleet of Sabinus suffered the less, for Menas, being an old hand on the sea, foresaw the storm and immediately shifted his ships to the open ocean and moored them there, placing them at intervals with their anchor lines slack, so that the lines should not be stretched and break, and keep rowing directly against the wind. In this way no rope was strained, and he remained constantly in the same position, recovering by the use of the oars all the ground he lost by the force of the wind. But the other commanders, since they had gone through a severe experience the day before, and had as yet no accurate knowledge of nautical matters, were cast upon the shore close by and lost many ships. Night, which had been the greatest aid to them before, was now the chief cause of disaster, for the wind blew violently all night long, tearing the vessels from their anchors and dashing them against the rocks. That was the end of them. The sailors and marines likewise perished ingloriously, since the darkness prevented them from seeing ahead, and they could not hear a word because of the uproar and of the reverberations from the mountains, the more so as the wind drowned out other sounds. Because of this disaster Caesar despaired of Sicily, and was satisfied to guard the coast of the mainland, but Sextus was still more elated, believing himself in very truth to be the son of Neptune, and he put on a dark blue robe, and cast alive into the strait not only horses, but also, as some relate, men as well. He pillaged Italy and sent Apollophanes to Africa. Apollophanes was pursued by Menas, who overtook him and did him some damage, and when the inhabitants of the island off the coast of Sicily proceeded to go over to the side of Sextus, Caesar thwarted the Liprians by removing them from their island and taking them to Campania, where he forced them to live in Naples as long as the war should continue. Meanwhile, he kept constructing vessels throughout practically all Italy, and collecting slaves for rowers, first from his friends, who were supposed to give willingly, and then from the rest, senators and knights, and well-to-do plebeians. He also levied heavy-armed troops and gathered money from all the citizens, allies, and subjects, both in Italy and abroad. This year and the following he spent in constructing ships and getting and training rowers. He himself supervised and managed all the business and all other matters, both in Italy and in Gaul, where there was a slight uprising, and he entrusted to Agrippa the equipping of the fleet. He had sent for his men, who had been fighting against the insurgent Gauls at the time, when he had been the second of the Romans to cross the Rhine for war, and after honouring him by the bestowal of a triumph, he bade him finish the work on the fleet and train the men. Agrippa, who was consul with Lucius Gallus, did not celebrate the triumph, considering it disgraceful for him to make a display when Caesar had fared so poorly, but set to work with great enthusiasm to fit out the fleet. All along the coasts of Italy vessels were being built, but since no shore was found where it was safe for them to come to anchor, insomuch as most of the coast of Italy was even at that time without harbours, he conceived and executed a magnificent enterprise, which I shall describe at some length, giving an account of the enterprise itself and of the general matters connected with it as they are today. At Cumae in Campania, between Misenum and Puteoli, there is a crescent-shaped region, surrounded except for brief gaps by small bare mountains, and it contains a branch of the sea which is like a bay and is divided into 3 parts. The first is outside, near the cities, the second is separated from it by a narrow strip of land, and the third, which is marshy in character, is seen at the very head of the inlet. The last is called Avernus, and the middle one the Lucrine Lake. The outer one is a part of the Tyrrhenian Sea, and is classed with it also by its designation. Now, since the Lucrine lay between a sea on either side, Agrippa cut narrow channels at this time close to the shore on both sides, through the strips of land that separated it from the open sea, and thus produced excellent harbours for ships. While the men were working, a statue overlooking Avernus, either of Calypso, to whom the place whither they say Ulysses also sailed is dedicated, or of some other heroine, was covered with sweat like a human body. Now, what this imported I cannot say, but I will go on to tell of everything else worth reporting which I saw in that place. The mountains here, which lie close to the inner bodies of water, have springs which send forth a great deal of fire mingled with water, and neither of the 2 elements is found anywhere by itself, that is, neither pure fire nor cold water alone is to be seen, but from the association the water is heated and the fire is moistened. The water on its way down to the foothills to the sea runs into reservoirs, and the inhabitants conduct the steam from it through pipes into upper rooms, where they use the steam for vapour baths. For the higher it ascends from the earth and from the water, the drier it becomes. Costly apparatus is in use for turning both the vapour and the water to practical use, and they are very serviceable indeed for the uses of daily life, and also for effecting curses and cures. Now, because these products that mountain furnishes an earth, the peculiar nature of which I am going to describe, since the fire has not the power of burning, since by its union with water all the scorching qualities are extinguished, yet is still able to separate and melt the substances with which it comes in contact, it follows that the soft part of the earth is melted out by it, whereas the heart and what might be called the bony part of it is left. Hence, the masses of earth necessary become porous, and when exposed to the dry air crumble into dust, and when mixed with water and lime become compact, and as long as they remain in the liquid they harden and petrify. The reason for this is that the brittle element in them is disintegrated and broken up by the fire, which possesses the same nature, but by the admixture of moisture is chilled, and so is wholly packed together on the inside and becomes indissoluble. So much for the description of Basie. Here Agrippa, as soon as he had constructed the entrances, set about collecting his ships, which he proceeded to equip with decks, and his oarsmen, whom he trained to row on practice benches. Now the population of Rome was being disturbed by signs also. Among the numerous reports brought to them was one to the effect that many dolphins had battled with one another and perished near Aspis, the African city. and in the very vicinity of the city blood flowed from heaven and was carried in all directions by birds. And when at the Ludi Romani not one of the senators gave a banquet on the Capitol, as had been the custom, they took this also as a portent. Again, the incident that happened to Livia, although it caused her pleasure, inspired the rest with dread. A white bird carrying a sprig of laurel with the berries on it was thrown by an eagle into her lap. As this seemed to be a sign of no small moment, she cared for the bird and planted the laurel, which took root and grew, so that it long supplied those who celebrated triumphs in aftertime. And Livia was destined to hold in her lap even Caesar's power, and to dominate him in everything. However, the other people in the city were greatly disturbed not only by this, but also by the changes in the magistrates. For not only the consuls and praetors, but even the quaestors were continually succeeding one another, and this lasted for some time. The reason was that all were anxious not so much to hold office for any considerable time at home as to be counted among the ex-officials and so secure the offices and military forces outside of Italy. Accordingly, some of the magistrates were no longer chosen for a specified period, but merely for a time sufficient to assume the title of the office and then resign from it whenever it seemed good to those in power. Indeed, many did both on the same day. But there were some who had to abandon hopes of office altogether because of poverty, to say nothing of those who were at this time with Sextus, whose disenfranchisement was in a manner justified. Yet when a certain Marcus Oppius planned to resign the aedileship because of poverty, for both he and his father had been among the proscribed, the populace did not permit it, but contributed money to meet the various necessities of his living and the expense of his office. And the story goes that some criminals too actually came into the theatre in masks as if they were acting a play, and contributed their money also. Thus was the man loved by the multitude while in life, and at his death, not much later, he was carried to the Campus Martius and there buried. The Senate, however, feeling vexed at the utter devotion of the masses to him, took up his bones on the plea that it was impious for them to lie in that sacred ground. They were persuaded by the pontifex to make this declaration, although they buried many other men there before and after this time. At the same period, Antony came back to Italy from Syria. The reason he gave was that he intended to bear his share of the war against Sextus because of Caesar's mishap. He did not, however, stay by his colleague, but having come to spy upon his actions rather than to accomplish anything, he gave him some ships and promised to send others in return, for which he received heavy armed troops and departed, stating that he was going to conduct a campaign against the Parthians. Before he left, they presented to each other their mutual grievances, at first through their friends and then personally, and since they had as yet no leisure for war with each other, they became reconciled in a way, chiefly through the instrumentality of Octavia. And in order that they might be bound by still more ties of relationship, Caesar betrothed his daughter to Antyllus, Antony's son, and Antony betrothed to Domitius, though he had been one of Caesar's murderers and one of those prescribed to die, his own daughter, born to him by Octavia. These agreements were merely pretences on both sides, for they really had no intention of carrying out any of them, but were acting a part in view of the exigencies of the moment. At all events, Antony immediately sent back Octavia herself from Corcyra to Italy, in order that, as he represented, she might not share his danger while he was warring against the Parthians. Nevertheless, they made these agreements at that time as stated, and removed Sextus from his priesthood as well as from the consulship to which he had been appointed, and granted neither the leadership for another 5 years to themselves, since the first period had elapsed. After this, Antony hastened to Syria, and Caesar entered upon the war. Nearly everything was going as he wished. but Menas, who was naturally untrustworthy and always cultivated the stronger side, and was furthermore vexed because he had no command, but had been made subordinate to Sabinus, deserted again to Sextus. All this happened in the winter in which Lucius Gellius and Cocceius Nerva became consuls. When the fleet had been made ready and spring had set in, Caesar set out from Baiae and coasted along Italy with great hopes of encompassing Sicily on all sides, for he was sailing thither with many ships himself, and those of Antony were already in the strait. Also Lepidus had reluctantly promised to assist him, but his chief ground of confidence lay in the height of his vessels and in the thickness of their timbers, that they had been built unusually stout and unusually high, in order not only to carry the largest possible number of marines. In fact, they had towers on them in order that the men might fight from higher ground, as if from a wall, but also to withstand the attacks of the opposing vessels and at the same time bend back their beaks, since the violence of their collision would be increased thereby. With such plans, Caesar was hastening to Sicily. As he was passing the promontory named Palinarus, a great storm fell upon him. This destroyed many ships, and Menas, coming upon the rest while they were in confusion, burned or towed away many of them. And had he not again changed sides on the promise of immunity, and became of some other hopes, and betrayed the whole fleet that he commanded by receiving some triremes that simulated desertion? Caesar's voyage to Sicily on this occasion also would have proved fruitless. Menas acted as he did because he was not allowed by Sextus to fight against Lepidus and was under suspicion in all other ways. Caesar received him very gladly on this occasion also, but trusted him no longer. And when he had repaired the damaged ships, freed the slaves that were serving on the triremes, and assigned the reserves, many of whom had escaped by leaping overboard when their vessels were destroyed in the wreck, to Antony's fleet, which was short of men, he came to Lipara, and leaving there Agrippa and the ships, he returned to the mainland in order to transport the infantry also to Sicily, when an opportunity should arise. On learning of this, Sextus himself remained at anchor off Messana, waiting for Caesar to cross, but he ordered Demochares to anchor opposite Agrippa at Myaile. The two men spent most of the time in testing each other's strength as opportunity offered, but they did not dare to risk an engagement with their entire armaments, for they were not acquainted with each other's forces, and on both sides the reports that circulated about the opposing fleet were exaggerated and made more fear-inspiring than the reality. But finally Agrippa realized that it was not only advantageous for him to delay, for the forces of Sextus, lying as they did in home waters, had no need of haste, and so taking the best of his ships he set out for Myaile to spy on the numbers of the enemy, and when he found out that he could not see them all and that none of them wished to come out into the open sea, he came to despise them, and on his return he made preparations to sail against Myaile on the following day with all his ships. And Demochares came to much the same conclusion, for he had the idea that the ships which had approached him were all alone, and seeing that they sailed very slowly by reason of their size, he sent for Sextus by night and proceeded to make preparations to attack Lipara itself. When discovery broke, they were sailing against each other, both sides expecting to meet inferior numbers. But when now they drew near together, and each force contrary to its expectation saw that its opponents were much more numerous than they had supposed, both alike were at first thrown into confusion, and some even backed water, them fearing flight more than battle, because in the one case they hoped they should prevail, whereas in the other they expected to be utterly destroyed. They sailed out to meet each other, and when they came to close quarters joined in battle. The one side surpassed in the number of its ships, the other in the experience of its sailors. One side was helped by the height of the vessels and the thickness of the catheads and also the towers, but these advantages were counterbalanced by the manoeuvring of the other side, and the superior strength of Caesar's marines was matched by the daring of those of Sextus, the majority of whom fought with great desperation, insomuch as they were deserters from Italy. Consequently, since each side had the points of superiority and likewise of inferiority that I have named with respect to the other, they found their total strength equal as the result of the even balance of their resources, and on this account they at last fought on even terms for a long time. The followers of Sextus alarmed their opponents by the way they dashed up the waves, and they also damaged some of their ships by assailing them with a rush and ripping open the parts that were beyond the banks of oars. But since they were assailed with missiles from the towers at the moment of attack and were brought alongside by grappling irons, they suffered no less harm than they inflicted. And Caesar's forces, when they came into close conflict and crossed over to the hostile ships, proved superior. But as the enemy leapt overboard into the sea whenever their vessels sank, and because of the good swimming and light equipment succeeded easily in climbing aboard others, the attackers were at a corresponding disadvantage. Meanwhile, in the case of the ships also, the rapidity of movement of those on the one side counterbalanced the sturdiness of those on the other side, and the weight of the latter made up for the lightness of the former. Late in the day, however, towards nightfall, Caesar's forces were at last victorious, but they did not give chase. The reason, as it appears to me, and as may well probably be conjectured, was that they could not overtake the fleeing ships and were running ashore, since the coast abounded in shoals with which they were unacquainted. But some assert that Agrippa thought it sufficient merely to rout his adversaries, since he was fighting for Caesar and not for himself. For he was wont to say to his intimate friends that most men in positions of power wish no one to be superior to themselves, but attend personally without the use of agents to most matters, to all in fact that afford them an easy victory, and assign the more difficult and extraordinary tasks to others. And if they ever do find themselves obliged to entrust an enterprise of the better sort to their assistants, they are irritated and displeased at the fame those subordinates win, and although they do not pray that they may be defeated and fare badly, yet they do not choose to have them win a complete success and secure glory from it. His advice, therefore, was that the man who expected to come out alive should relieve his masters of undertakings which involve great difficulty, and reserve for them the successes. As for me, I know that all this is naturally so, and that Agrippa paid heed to these principles, but I am not saying that on that particular occasion this was the reason for his failure to pursue, for he would not have been able to catch up with the foe no matter how much he may have desired it. While the naval battle was in progress, Caesar, as soon as he perceived that Sextus had departed from Messana, and that the strait was destitute of a garrison, did not let slip this chance of war, but immediately embarked on Antony's vessels and crossed over to Tauromenium. However, he enjoyed no good fortune in doing so. No one, to be sure, interfered with his sailing or his disembarking, and he was quite undisturbed in general and also when he made his camp. But when the naval battle was over, Sextus came with all speed to Messana, and learning of Caesar's presence, he quietly filled his ships with fresh troops and attacked him at once with this fleet, and with his heavy armed troops on land. Caesar did not even come out to fight the infantry, but sailing out against Sextus because he despised the enemy's fleet with its small numbers of vessels, and because they had been previously defeated, he lost the greater part of his fleet and barely avoided destruction himself. Indeed, he could not even escape to his own men in Sicily, but was glad to reach the mainland in safety. And though he himself was then in security, yet when he saw his army cut off on the island, he was terribly distressed. His confidence was not restored until a fish of its own accord leapt out of the sea and fell at his feet. This incident gave him courage once more, for he believed the soothsayers who told him that he should make the sea his slave. Caesar now was sending urgent messages to Agrippa to come to the aid of his soldiers in Sicily, and these troops meanwhile were being besieged. And when the provisions began to fail them and no rescuing force appeared, Cornificius, their leader, became afraid that if he stayed where he was, he should in the course of time be compelled by hunger to yield to his besiegers. And he reflected that while he tarried there in the same spot, none of the enemy would join issue with him, or if they declined battle, he would retire to a place of safety, get supplies of provisions, and obtain some help from Caesar or from Agrippa. Therefore he burned all the vessels that had been left over from the sea fight, and had been cast up beside the entrenchments, and set out as if to proceed to Myale. Both cavalry and light-armed troops attacked him from a distance, not daring to come to close quarters, and proved exceedingly troublesome to him, for they would not only attack whenever opportunity offered, but would also quietly retreat again, whereas his men, being heavy armed, could not pursue them in any case owing to the weight of their armour, and moreover, when endeavouring to protect the unarmed men who had been saved from the fleet. Consequently, they were suffering many injuries and could inflict none in return, for in case they made a rush upon any of them, they would put them to flight, to be sure, but being unable to carry their pursuit to the end, they would find themselves in a worse plight during their retreat, since by their sorties they would become isolated. However, it was during their march forward, and especially when they had rivers to cross, that they suffered their greatest hardships, for their foes hemmed them in as they hurried along in small groups, as is natural in such a march, and in disorder, and kept raining fatal blows upon them as they chanced to expose themselves, and hurled their missiles at them whenever they stumbled into swamps or flowing streams and were being checked in the course or else swept downstream. The enemy employed these tactics for 3 whole days, and on the last demoralised them completely, especially since Sextus had now joined them with his heavy armed contingent. Consequently, the troops of Caesar ceased to concern themselves about those who were perishing, but counted them fortunate to escape from further torment, and in their despair wished that they too were among those already dead. Indeed, the wounded were far more numerous than those who died, for since they were being hit by stones and javelins thrown from a distance, and sustained no blows dealt in hand-to-hand fighting, they received their wounds in many parts of their bodies, and not always in a vital spot. Thus men were not only in great distress themselves, but they caused the uninjured far more trouble than did the enemy. For if they were carried, they usually caused the death of the men who supported them, and lost their own lives besides, and if they were left behind, they threw the whole army into dejection by their lamentations. The detachment would have perished utterly, had not the foe reluctantly desisted from attacking them. For Agrippa had sailed back to Lipara after winning the naval battle, as related above. But when he learned that Sextus had fled to Messana and Demochares had gone off in some other direction, he crossed over to Sicily, occupied Myale and Tyndaris, and sent food and soldiers to the other party. And Sextus, believing that Agrippa himself would come likewise, became frightened and hastily withdrew before his approach, even abandoning some baggage and supplies in his camp. And from this source the troops under Cornificius obtained ample provisions and made their way in safety to Agrippa. Caesar welcomed them back with words of praise and with gifts, although he had treated them with utter indifference after the victory of Agrippa, who, as he thought, had finished the war. As for Cornificius, he so prided himself upon having saved his soldiers that even when he was back in Rome he always had himself conveyed on the back of an elephant whenever he dined out. After this, Caesar went to Sicily, and Sextus encamped opposite him in the vicinity of Artemisium. Yet they did not have any great battle at once, but indulged in a few slight cavalry skirmishes. While they were encamped there opposite one another, Sextus was reinforced by Ticinus Gallus and Caesar by Lepidus with his forces. Lepidus has encountered the storm which I have mentioned, and also had fallen in with Demochares, and he had lost a number of ships. He had not at once come to Caesar, but either on account of his reserve, or because he wanted Caesar to face difficulty by himself, or because he wished to draw Sextus away from Caesar. He had made an assault on Lilybaeum, and Gallus had been sent thither by Sextus, and had contended against him. From there then both the contestants, finding that they were accomplishing nothing, went to Artemisium. Gallus proved a source of strength to Sextus, but Lepidus quarrelled with Caesar, since he claimed the privilege as a colleague of managing everything on equal terms with Caesar, whereas Caesar treated him in all respects as a lieutenant. Therefore he inclined to Sextus and secretly held communications with him. Caesar suspected this, but dared not make it known, lest Lepidus should openly make war upon him. Nor, on the other hand, could he safely conceal his thoughts, for he felt that it would arouse suspicion if he did not consult him at all, and that it would be dangerous if he revealed all his plans. Hence he determined to risk a decisive encounter as soon as possible before there should be any defection, although on other accounts he was by no means in haste, for Sextus had neither food nor money, and therefore he hoped to overthrow him without a battle before a great while. When, therefore, he had once reached this decision, he himself led out the army on land and marshalled it in front of the camp, while at the same time Agrippa sailed in and lay at anchor, for Sextus, whose forces were far inferior to theirs, would not come out to meet them on either element. This lasted for several days, but finally, becoming afraid that he might be despised for his behaviour, and so be deserted by his allies, Sextus gave orders at last for the ships to put out to battle, for in these he reposed his chief trust. Accordingly, when the standard was raised and the trumpet gave the signal, all the vessels joined battle near the land, and the infantry forces on both sides alike were marshalled at the very edge of the water, so that the spectacle was a most notable one. The whole sea in the vicinity was full of ships. They were so many, in fact, that they formed a long line, and the land just behind it was occupied by armed men, and the adjacent space was taken up by the rest of the throng that followed each side. Hence, although the struggle seemed to be between the fighters on the ships alone, in reality the others too participated. For those on ships strove with greater zeal in order to display their prowess to those who were watching them, while the others, no matter how far away they were themselves in a manner participants in the struggle as they watched the men in action. The battle was for a long time indecisive. the fighting being very similar to that in the previous encounters, and the men on shore were swayed by a conflict of feeling that was balanced between hope and fear. For they hoped that if possible the whole war would be settled by this engagement, but if that could not be, yet they were heartened by the expectation on the one side that if only they should win this time, they would not again be defeated. Accordingly, in order that they might keep their own gazes fixed upon the action and might not distract those who were taking part in it, they kept silent or indulged in but little shouting. They cheered the men who were fighting and appealed to the gods. They praised those of their own number who were winning and reproached those who were losing. They exchanged many exhortations with their own men and many shouts with each other, in order that their own men might hear more easily what was said, and their opponents might not catch the commands meant for them. Now, so long as the forces were evenly matched, this was the conduct of the partisans on both sides alike, and they even tried to show the combatants by the posture of their bodies that they could both see and understand. But when the adherents of Sextus were being routed, then at length all together, and with one impulse, they raised the paean on the one side and the wail of lamentation on the other. And the land forces of Sextus at once retired to Messana, as if they too had shared in the defeat, while Caesar proceeded to take over those of the vanquished who were cast ashore, and going on into the sea itself, to set fire to all the vessels that ran aground in the shallow water. Thus there was no safety for those who continued to sail, for they would be cut into pieces by Agrippa, not for such as tried to land anywhere, for they would be destroyed by Caesar, except for a few who had already escaped to Messana. During this struggle, Demochares, when on the point of being captured, slew himself, and Apolloniophes, who had his ship unscathed and might have fled, went over to Caesar. The same course was taken by others, including Gallus and all the cavalry that was with him, and subsequently by some of the infantry. This, more than anything else, caused Sextus to despair of the situation, and he resolved to flee. So, taking his daughter and some other persons, his money, and his other possessions of most value, he put them aboard the swiftest of the ships that had come through safely, and departed at night. And none pursued him, for he sailed away secretly, and moreover Caesar straightway found himself in great embarrassment. It seems that Lepidus had attacked Messana, and on being admitted to the town had proceeded to set fire to some of it, and to pillage other portions. When Caesar, on ascertaining this, came up quietly and interfered with him, Lepidus was alarmed and slipped out of the city, and encamping on a strong hill, made complaints about his treatment. He detailed all the slights he considered that he was receiving, and demanded all the rights that had been conceded to him according to their first compact, and further laid claim to Sicily on the grounds that he had helped to subdue it. He sent some men to Caesar with these complaints, and called upon him to submit to arbitration. His forces consisted not only of those who he had brought over from Africa, but also of all those which had been left behind in Messana, as he had been the first to enter it, and had suggested to them some hope of a revolution. Caesar, however, made no answer to these demands, but feeling that he had justice on his side as well as his weapons, since he was stronger than Lepidus, he immediately set out against him with a few followers, expecting to alarm him by the suddenness of his move, as Lepidus was not at all energetic, and to win over his soldiers. And he actually got inside their camp, because on account of the small number of the men who accompanied him, they supposed he was on a peaceful errand. But when his words were not at all to their liking, they became angry, attacking him, even killing some of his men, though Caesar himself soon got reinforcements and got safely away. After this he came against them once more with his entire army, shut them up within their entrenchments, and besieged them. This caused them to fear capture, and without making any general revolt, through their regard for Lepidus, they privately deserted him in groups as individuals and transferred their allegiance. In this way, too, he was compelled, on his own initiative, arriving himself in mourning to become a supplicant of Caesar. As a result, Lepidus was shorn of all authority and could not even live in Italy without a guard. And in the case of those who had been enlisted in the cause of Sextus, the members of the centurial or equestrian classes were executed, save a few, while of the rank and file the free citizens were incorporated into the legions of Caesar, and those who had been slaves were given back to their masters for punishment, and in case no master could be found for any of them, they were impaled. As for the cities, some of them voluntarily came over to Caesar and received pardon, and others resisted him and were punished. When Caesar was thus occupied, his soldiers revolted, for they were emboldened by observing their own numbers, and moreover, when they stopped to think of the dangers they had encountered and the hopes they had built up on them, they became insatiable in their desire for rewards, and gathering by themselves they demanded whatever any one of them longed for. And when their talk had no effect insomuch as Caesar, with no longer any enemy confronting him, paid no heed to them, they became clamorous, and setting before him all the hardships they had endured, and throwing up to him whatever promises he had made to them, they uttered many threats besides, and thought to make him their slave in spite of himself. But as they accomplished nothing, they demanded with much heat and to no end of shouting that they be at least discharged from the service, claiming they were worn out. This was not because they really wished to be free from it, for most of them were in their prime, but because they had an inkling of the coming conflict between Caesar and Antony, and for that reason set a high value upon themselves. For what they could not obtain by requests, they expected to secure by threatening to abandon him. Not even this, however, served their purpose, for Caesar did not yield to them in the least, even though he knew perfectly well that war was going to occur, and though he clearly understood their intentions, because he thought that a commander should never do anything contrary to his own judgment under pressure from his soldiers, realizing that if he did, he would want to get the advantage of him in some other manner later. So he pretended that their demands were reasonable, and their needs only what was natural for men, and then gave their discharge, first to those who had served under him in the campaign against Antony at Mutina, and next, since the rest too were importunate, to all of them who had been 10 years in the service, and in order to restrain the remainder, he gave further notice that he would not in future employ any discharged soldier, no matter how much he might wish it. On hearing this, they uttered not another word, but began to pay strict heed to what he said, because he announced that he would give to the men discharged, not to all save to the first of them, but to the worthiest, everything he had promised, and would assign them land, and because he made a present to each of them of 2,000 sesterces, and to those who had been victors in the sea fight a crown of olive in addition. After this he inspired the rank and file with many hopes, and the centurions in particular with the expectation that he would enroll them in the Senate in their native cities. Upon his lieutenants he bestowed various gifts, and upon Agrippa a golden crown adorned with ship's beaks, a decoration given to nobody before or since. And in order that Agrippa might regularly enjoy this trophy of his naval victory on every occasion on which generals should wear the laurel crown in celebrating a triumph, Caesar's grant was later confirmed by a decree. In this way Caesar calmed the soldiers at that time. The money he gave them at once, and the land not much later, and since the land which was still held by the state at that time did not suffice, he bought more in addition, especially a larger tract from the inhabitants of Capua and Campania, since their city needed a large number of settlers. In turn, he gave the Capuans the water supply called the Aqua Julia, their chief source of pride at all times, and the Noseian territory, the use of which they still enjoy at the present time. These were later events, however. At the time, Caesar arranged matters in Sicily, and through Statilius Taurus won over both the Africas without a struggle, and sent back to Antony ships equal in number to those which had been lost. Meanwhile, the parts of Etruria which had been in rebellion had subsequently become quiet as soon as word came of his victory. The people of the capital unanimously bestowed upon him votes of praise, statues, the right to the front seat, an arch surmounted by trophies, and the privilege of riding into the city on horseback, of wearing the laurel crown on all occasions, and of holding a banquet with his wife and children in the temple of Capitoline Jupiter on the anniversary of the day of which he had won his victory, which was to be a perpetual day of thanksgiving. These were the honours which they granted him immediately after his victory. The victory had been announced first by one of the soldiers in the city at the time who had become possessed by some god on the very day of the victory. For after saying and doing many strange things, he finally ran up to the temple on the Capitol and laid his sword at the feet of Jupiter to signify that there would be no further use for it, and for which, by the others who had been present at the victory and had been sent to Rome by Caesar. And when Caesar himself arrived, he assembled the people according to ancient custom outside the Pomerium, gave them an account of what he had done, declined some of the honours which had been voted to him, remitted the tribute called for in the registered lists, and all the other debts owed to the state for the time previous to the civil war, abolished certain taxes, and refused to accept the priesthood of Lepidus, which was offered to him, as it was not lawful to take away the office from a man who was still alive. Thereupon they noted him many other distinctions. Some people, to be sure, even spread the report abroad that these acts of magnanimity were designed to bring reproach upon Antony and Lepidus, and to enable him to shift the blame upon them alone for the acts of injustice formerly committed. And others alleged that, since he was unable in any way to collect the debts due to the state, he turned the people's inability to pay into a favour from himself that cost him nothing. But this was mere idle talk. The people at this time resolved that a house should be presented to Caesar at public expense, for he had made public property of the place on the Palatine which he had brought for the purpose of erecting a residence upon it, and had consecrated it to Apollo after a thunderbolt had descended upon it. Hence they voted him the house and also protection from any insult by deed or word. Anyone who committed such an offence was to be liable to the same penalties as had been established in the case of a tribune. This was only logical insomuch as he received the privilege of sitting upon the same benches with the tribunes. These were the privileges bestowed upon Caesar by the Senate, and Caesar, on his own responsibility, enrolled among the augurs above the proper number Valerius Messala, whom he had previously in the prescriptions condemned to death, made the people of Utica citizens, and gave orders that no one should wear the purple dress except the senators who were acting as magistrates, for some ordinary individuals were already using it. In this same year there was no aedile owing to a lack of candidates, but the praetors and the tribunes performed the aedile's duties. Also, no prefect of the city was appointed for the feriae, but some of the praetors discharged his functions. Other matters in the city and in the rest of Italy were administered by one Gaius Maecenas, a knight, both then and for a long time afterwards. Now after Sextus had taken ship from Messana, he was afraid of pursuit and suspected that some act of treachery would be committed by his followers. Therefore he gave notice to them that he was going to sail across the sea, but when he had extinguished the lights which flagships exhibit during night voyages for the purpose of causing the rest to follow close behind, he coasted along past Italy, then went to Corcyra, and from there came to Cephallania. Here the remainder of his vessels, which had by chance been driven from their course by a storm, joined him again. Accordingly, after calling them together, he took off his general's uniform and made an address, in which he said, among other things, that while they remained together, they could render no lasting aid to one another or escape detection, but if they scattered, they could more easily make their escape, and he advised them to look out for their own safety, each man separately and for himself. Thereupon the majority gave heed to him, and departed in various directions, while he, with the remainder, crossed over to Asia with the intention of going straight to Antony. When he reached Lesbos, however, and learned that Antony had gone on a campaign against the Medes, and that Caesar and Lepidus had gone to war with each other, he decided to winter where he was, and in fact the Lesbians welcomed him with great enthusiasm on account of their recollection of his father, and tried to keep him there. But when he learned that Antony had met with a reverse in Media, and when Gaius Furnius, the governor of Asia at the time, was not disposed to be friendly to him, he was against remaining, but hoping to succeed to Antony's leadership, insomuch as many had come to him from Sicily and still others had rallied around him, some on account of his father's renown, and some because they were in need of a livelihood, he resumed the dress of a general and began to make preparations for occupying the land opposite. Meanwhile, Antony had got back safely into friendly territory, and on learning what Sextus was doing, promised to grant him pardon and favour if he would lay down his arms. Sextus, in his answer, intimated that he would obey him, but did not do so. Instead, because he despised Antony on account of his reverses, and in view of his setting off immediately for Egypt, he held to his present plan, and entered into negotiations with the Parthians. Antony found this out, but without turning back, sent against him the fleet and Marcus Titius, who had formerly deserted Sextus and come over to him, and was with him at this time. Sextus received information of this move beforehand, and in alarm, since his preparations were not yet complete, put out to sea, and taking the course which seemed most likely to afford escape, came to Nicomedia. And when he was overtaken there, he opened negotiations with Titius, placing some hope in him because of the kindness which had been shown him. But when the others refused to enter into a truce with him without first taking possession of his ships and the rest of his force, Sextus despaired of safety by sea, put all his heavier baggage into the ships, which he thereupon burned, and proceeded inland. And when he was overtaken there, he opened negotiations with Titius, placing some hope in him, because of the kindness which had been shown him. But when the other refused to enter into a truce with him without first taking possession of his ships and the rest of his force, Sextus despaired of safety by sea, put all his heavier baggage into the ships, when he thereupon burned, and proceeded inland. Titius and Furnius pursued him, and overtaking him at Midium in Phrygia, surrounded him and captured him alive. When Antony learned of this, he at once in anger sent word to them that Sextus should be put to death, but repenting again not long afterwards, wrote that his life should be spared. Here there is a gap in the text. Now the bearer of the second letter arrived before the other, and Titius later received the letter ordering Sextus' death, and either believing that it was really the second, or else knowing the truth but not caring to heed it, he followed the order of the arrival of the two, but not the intention. So Sextus was executed in the consulship of Lucius Cornificius and one Sextus Pompeius. Caesar held games in the circus in honour of the event and set up for Antony a chariot in front of the rostra and statues in the Temple of Concord, giving him also authority to hold banquets there with his wife and children, even as had once been voted in his own honour. For he pretended to be Antony's friend still, and to be consoling him for the disasters inflicted by the Parthians, and in this way he tried to cure the jealousy the other might feel at his own victory and the decrees which followed it. This was what Caesar was doing. As for Antony and the barbarians, their warfare was as follows. Publius Ventidius heard that Pacorus was gathering an army and invading Syria, and becoming afraid, since the cities had not yet become quiet and the legions were still scattered in their winter quarters, he acted as follows, in order to secure delay on the part of his foe, and to make up for the slowness of his own army. Knowing that a certain Prince Chenius, with whom he too was acquainted, favoured the Parthian cause, he honoured him in all respects as if he had his entire confidence, and took him as an adviser in some matters wherein he could not be injured himself, and yet would cause Chenius to think he possessed his most hidden secrets. Having reached this point, he affected to be afraid that the barbarians might abandon the place where they customarily crossed the Euphrates near the city of Zeugma, and use some other road further down the river, for this other place, he said, was a plain and convenient for the enemy, whereas the former was hilly and best suited to his own forces. He persuaded the prince to believe this, and through him deceived Pacorus also, for the Parthian leader took the route through the flat district, which Ventidius kept on pretending to hope he would not take, and as this was longer than the other, it gave the Romans time to assemble their forces. In this way, he met Pacorus in Syria Chirestica, and conquered him. For when he had not prevented them from crossing the river, and had not attacked them at once after they had got across, they imputed sloth and weakness to the Romans, and therefore marched against their camp, although it was on high ground, expecting to take it without resistance. But when a sally was suddenly made, the assailants, being cavalry, were driven back down the slope without difficulty, and although at the foot they defended themselves valiantly, the majority of them being in armour, yet they were confused by the unexpectedness of the onslaught, and by stumbling over one another, and were defeated by the heavy armed men, and especially by the slingers, for these struck them from a distance with their powerful missiles, and so were exceedingly difficult for them to withstand. The fall of Pacorus in this struggle was a very great loss to them, for as soon as they perceived that their leader had perished, although a few men zealously fought for his body, yet when these also were slain, all the rest gave way. Some of them desired to escape homeward across the bridge, and were unable to do so, being cut off and killed before they could reach it, and others fled for refuge to Antiochus in Comagene. Ventidius easily brought into subjugation all the rest of Syria, which had been hesitating while awaiting the outcome of the war, by sending the prince's head about through the different cities. For the Syrians felt unusual affection for Pacorus on account of his justice and mildness, an affection as great as they had felt for the best kings they had ever been ruled by. And Ventidius himself made an expedition against Antiochus on the plea that the latter had not delivered up to him the refugees, but really because of the vast wealth which he possessed. When he had got to this point, Antony suddenly came upon him, and so far from being pleased, was actually jealous of him, because he had gained the reputation of having carried out a brave exploit independently. Accordingly, he not only removed him from his command, but employed him on no other business either then or later, although he himself obtained the honour of thanksgivings for both achievements, and a triumph for his assistant's work. The Romans in the capital voted these honours to Antony on the one hand because of his prominence and in accordance with the law because he was the commander in charge, but they voted them to Ventidius also since they felt that he had fully requited the Parthians through the death of Pacorus for the disaster which had been suffered by the Romans in the time of Crassus, especially since both events had taken place on the same day in both years, and it turned out in fact that Ventidius alone celebrated the triumph even as the victory had been his alone, for Antony perished in the meantime, and he acquired a great reputation from this fact as well as from the caprice of fortune, for he himself had once marched in procession with the other captives at the triumph of Pompeius Strabo, and now he was the first of the Romans to celebrate a triumph over the Parthians. This, to be sure, took place at a later period. At the time under consideration, Antony attacked Antiochus, shut him up in Samosata, and proceeded to besiege him. But when he found he was accomplishing nothing and was spending his time in vain, and when he also suspected that his soldiers were alienated from him on account of the disgrace of Ventidius, he secretly opened negotiations with the foe and made a pretended compact with him, so that he might have a plausible reason for withdrawing. At any rate, Antony got neither hostages except 2, and these of little importance, nor the money which he had demanded, but he granted Antiochus the death of a certain Alexander, who had earlier deserted from him to the Roman side. After doing this, he set out for Italy, and Gaius Sosius received from him the governorship of Syria and Cilicia. This officer subdued the Aradi, who had been besieged up to this time, and had reduced to hard straits by famine and disease, and also conquered in battle Antigonus, who had put to death the Roman guards that were with him, and reduced him by siege when he took refuge in Jerusalem. The Jews indeed had done much injury to the Romans, for their race is very bitter when aroused to anger, but they suffered far more themselves. The first of them to be captured were those who were fighting for the precinct of their god, and then the rest of the day even then called the day of Saturn. And so excessive were they in their devotion to religion that the first set of prisoners, those who had been captured along with the temple, obtained leave from Sosius when the day of Saturn came around again, and went up into the temple and there performed all the customary rites together with the rest of the people. These people Antony entrusted to a certain Herod to govern, but Antigonus he bound to a cross and flogged, a punishment no other king had suffered at the hands of the Romans, and afterwards slew him. This was the course of events in the consulship of Claudius and Norbanus. During the following year the Romans accomplished nothing worthy of note in Syria, for Antony spent the entire year in reaching Italy and returning again to the province, and Sosius, because anything he did would be advancing Antony's interest rather than his own, and he therefore dreaded his jealousy and anger, spent the time in devising means not for achieving some success and incurring his enmity, but for pleasing him without engaging in any activity. The Parthian state, in fact, with no outside interference, underwent a severe revolution from the following cause. Orodes, the Parthian king, had succumbed to age and to grief for Pacorus as well, and before he died had delivered the government to Phraates, the eldest of his remaining sons. Phraates, after receiving the kingdom, proved himself the most impious of men. He treacherously murdered his brothers, sons of the daughter of Antiochus, because they were his superiors in virtue and on their mother's side in family, and when Antiochus chafed under this outrage he killed him also, and after that destroyed the noblest men in the state generally and kept committing many other crimes. Consequently, a large number of the most prominent persons abandoned him and betook themselves to various places, some including Moneses going to Antony. This happened in the consulship of Agrippa and Gallus. During the remainder of the winter, when Gellius and Nerva were now holding office, Publius Candius Crassus made a campaign against the Iberians in Asia, conquered in battle their king Pharnabazus, and brought them to make an alliance. With this king, he invaded Albania, the adjoining country, and after overcoming the inhabitants and their king Zoba, conciliated them likewise. Now Antony was elated by all this, and furthermore based great hopes upon Manasses, who had promised him to lead his army and bring most of Parthia over to him without trouble, and so he took in hand the war against the Parthians and gave Manasses, in addition to other presents, 3 Roman cities to occupy until he should finish the war, and promised him the Parthian kingdom besides. While they were thus occupied, Phraates became terrified, especially because the Parthians took the flight of Manasses very much to heart, and he opened negotiations with him, offering him everything conceivable, and so persuaded him to return. When Antony found this out, he was very angry, quite naturally, but did not kill Manasses, though he was still in his power, for he could not hope to win to his side any other barbarians in case he should do such a thing. Accordingly, he not only released Manasses, just as if Manasses was going to bring the Parthians under his control, but even sent envoys with him to Phraates. Nominally, he was negotiating peace, on the condition of getting back the standards and the prisoners captured in the disaster of Crassus, and with the purpose of taking the king off his guard because of his hope of reaching a settlement. But as a matter of fact, he was getting everything in readiness for war. And he went as far as the Euphrates, thinking it was destitute of a garrison. When, however, he found that whole region carefully guarded, he turned aside from it, but undertook to make a campaign against Artavasdes, the king of the Medes, being persuaded thereto by the king of Greater Armenia, who had the same name and was an enemy of the other. Just as he at once advanced towards Armenia, and learning there that the Mede had gone far away from his own land to bear aid to his ally, the Parthian king, he left behind the beasts of burden and a portion of the army with Oppius Statinus, giving orders for them to follow, while he himself, taking the cavalry and the strongest of the infantry, hurried on, confident that he would capture all the enemy's strongholds without a blow. He assailed Praspa, the royal residence, and proceeded to heap up mounds and to make assaults. When the Parthian and the Mede ascertained this, they left him to continue his idle toil, for the walls were strong and were well manned by defenders, but assailed Statinus while off his guard, and wearied from the march, and slew his whole detachment, with the exception of Polemon, king of Pontus, who was then accompanying Statinus. Him alone they took alive and released for a ransom. They were able to gain this success because the Armenian king, on the one hand, was not present at the battle, but, when he might have helped the Romans, as some say, neither did so nor joined Antony, but retired to his own country, and because Antony, on the other hand, although he hastened at the first message sent to him by Statianus to go to his assistance, was nevertheless too late, for he found nothing but corpses. On this account he felt afraid, but insomuch as he fell in with no barbarians, he suspected that they had gone off somewhere in alarm, and so regained his courage. Hence, When he met them a little later, he routed them, for as his slingers were numerous and could shoot further than the archers, they inflicted severe injury upon all, even upon the men in armour. Yet he did not kill any considerable number of the enemy, because the barbarians could ride fast. So he proceeded again against Praspa and besieged it, though he did no great injury to the enemy, for the men inside the walls repulsed him vigorously, and those outside would not readily join in battle with him. But he lost many of his own men in searching for and bringing in provisions, and many by his own discipline, at first so long as they could get their food from somewhere in the neighbourhood. They were sufficient for both undertakings, being able not only to carry on the siege but also to secure their supplies in safety. When, however, all the supplies at hand had been used up, it was their experience that if only a few men were sent anywhere, they would not only fail to bring any provisions, but would perish as well, whereas if many were sent, they would be leaving the wall destitute of besiegers, and meantime would lose many men and many engines at the hands of the barbarians, who would make a sortie against them. For this reason Antony gave all his men barley instead of wheat, and destroyed every 10th man in some instances, and in short, although he was supposed to be the besieger, he was enduring the hardships of the besieged. For the men within the walls kept a close watch for opportunities to make sallies, and those outside not only grievously beset the Romans, who remained about the city as often as they became separated, accomplishing this by making a sudden charge and wheeling about again in a short time, but also in the case of those who foraged for provisions, while they did not trouble them on their way out to the villages, yet they would fall upon them unexpectedly when scattered on their way back to camp. But Antony, even under these conditions, maintained his place before the city, Phraates fearing that in the long run he might do it some harm either by himself somehow or else by securing an alliance in some quarter, secretly sent some agents and persuaded him to open negotiations with him, intimating that he could have peace on very easy terms. After this, when men were sent to him by Antony, he held a conference with them seated upon a golden chair and twanging his bowstring. He first inveighed against them at length, but finally promised that he would grant peace if they would straightway remove their camp. On hearing this, Antony was both alarmed at the king's haughtiness and ready to believe that a truce could be secured if he himself should shift his position. Hence he withdrew without destroying any of his implements of siege, just as if he were in friendly territory. When Antony had done this and was awaiting the truce, the Medes burned his engines and scattered his mounds, and the Parthians made no proposition to him respecting peace, but suddenly attacked him and inflicted very serious injuries upon him. Learning, therefore, that he had been deceived, he did not venture to send any more envoys, as he did not expect that the barbarians would make peace on any reasonable terms, and moreover did not wish to cast the soldiers into dejection by failing to arrange a truce. But he resolved, since he had once set out to hurry on into Armenia, his troops took another road, since they believed the one by which they had come had been completely closed to them, and on the way they met with many extraordinary adventures. Thus they came into unknown regions where they lost their way, and furthermore the barbarians seized the passes in advance of their approach, blocking them with trenches or palisades, rendered the securing of water difficult everywhere, and destroyed the pasturage. And in case they ever, by good luck, were on the point of marching through more favourable regions, the enemy would turn them aside from such places by false announcement that they had been occupied beforehand, and caused them to take different roads along which ambuscades had been previously posted, so that many perished in this way and many of hunger. As a result, there were some desertions, and they would all have gone over to the enemy had not the barbarians shot down before the eyes of the others any who had ventured to take this course. Consequently, the men refrained from this, and by good fortune hit upon the following idea. One day, when they fell into an ambush and were being struck by dense showers of arrows, they suddenly formed the Tetsudo by joining their shields, and rested their left knees on the ground. The barbarians, who had never seen anything of this kind before, thought that they had fallen from their wounds and needed only one finishing blow. So they threw aside their bows, leapt from their horses, and drawing their daggers, came up close to put an end to them. At this the Romans sprang to their feet, extended their battle line at the word of command, and confronting the foe face to face, fell upon them, each one upon the man nearest him, and cut down great numbers. Since they were contending in full armour against unprotected men, men prepared against men off their guard, heavy infantry against archers, Romans against foreigners. All the survivors immediately retired, and no one followed them thereafter. This Tetsudo and the way in which it is formed are as follows. The baggage animals, the light-armed troops, and the cavalry are placed in the centre of the army. The heavy-armed troops, who use the oblong, curved, and cylindrical shields, are drawn up around the outside, making a rectangular figure, and facing outward, and holding their arms at the ready. They enclose the rest. The others, who have flat shields, form a compact body in the centre and raise their shields over their heads of all the others, so that nothing but shields can be seen in every part of the phalanx aside, and all the men, by the density of the formation, are under shelter from missiles. Indeed, it is so marvellously strong that men can walk upon it, and whenever they come to a narrow ravine, even horses and vehicles can be driven over it. Such is the plan of this formation, and for this reason it has received the name Tetsudo, with reference both to its strength and to the excellent shelter it affords. They use it in two ways. Either they approach some fort to assault it, often even enabling men to scale the very walls, or sometimes, when they are surrounded by archers, they all crouch together, even the horses being taught to kneel or lie down, and thereby cause the foe to think they are exhausted. Then, when the enemy draws near, they suddenly rise and throw them into consternation. The Tetsudo then is the kind of device just described. As for Antony, he suffered no further harm from the enemy, but underwent severe hardship by reason of the cold. For it was now winter, and the mountainous districts of Armenia, through which the only route led, and he was glad enough to take it, are never free from ice. His soldiers' wounds, which were many, there caused them the greatest distress. So many kept perishing, and so many were rendered unfit for fighting, that he would not allow reports of each individual case, but forbade anyone to bring him any such news. And although he was angry with the Armenian king for leaving him in the lurch, and eager to take vengeance on him, he nevertheless flattered and paid court to him, for the purpose of obtaining provisions and money from him. And finally, since his soldiers had not the strength to hold out for a longer march, and it was midwinter too, and at the same time it was likely that their hardships would go for nothing, for it was his intention to return to Armenia before a great while, he fawned upon the king assiduously, and made him many attractive promises to get him to allow the men to winter where they were, claiming that in the spring he would make another campaign against the Parthians. Money also came to him from Cleopatra, so that to each of the infantrymen 400 sesterces were given, and to the rest a proportionate allowance. But insomuch as the amount sent was not enough for them, he paid the remainder from his own funds, taking the expense upon himself, and giving Cleopatra the credit for the favour. For he solicited large contributions from his friends, and also levied large amounts upon the allies. After accomplishing this, he departed for Egypt. The Romans at home were not ignorant of anything that had taken place, not because he told them the truth in his dispatches, for he concealed all the reverses, and in fact described some of them as just the opposite, making it appear that he was meeting with success, but because rumour reported the truth and Caesar and those with him investigated it carefully and discussed it. They did not, however, yet expose the situation to the public, but instead offered sacrifices and held festivals, for since Caesar at that time was still getting the worst of it against Sextus, the exposure of the facts would not, if made by either fitting or opportune. Antony, in addition to making the arrangements mentioned above, assigned principalities, giving Galatia to Amyntas, though he had been only the secretary of Diotarus, and also adding to his domain Laconia with portions of Pamphylia, and bestowing upon Achilles Cappadocia after driving out Ariathes. This Achilles belonged to his father's side, to the Achilles who had contended against the Romans, but on his mother's side he was the son of Glaphyra, a Hertia. However, Antony was not so severely criticised by the citizens for these matters. I mean his arrogance in dealing with the property of others. But in the matter of Cleopatra he was greatly censured because he had acknowledged as his own some of her children, the elder ones being Alexander and Cleopatra, twins at birth, and the younger one Ptolemy, called also Philadelphus, and because he had presented them with extensive portions of Arabia, in the districts both of Malchus and of the Etrurians, for he executed Lysanias, whom he himself had made king over them, on the charge that he had favoured Pacorus, and also extensive portions of Phoenicia and Palestine, parts of Crete and Cyrene and Cyprus as well. These were his acts at that time. The following year, when Pompeius and Cornificius were consuls, he undertook to conduct a campaign against the Armenian. For this he placed no small hope in the Mede, who, in his anger against Phraates, because he had not received from him many of the spoils or any other honours, and in his eagerness to punish the Armenians for bringing in the Romans, had sent Polemon to him requesting his friendship and alliance. Antony was apparently so exceedingly delighted over the affair that he both made terms with the Medes and later gave Polemon Lesser Armenia as a reward for his mission. First then he summoned the Armenian to Egypt as a friend, in order that he might seize him there without effort and make away with him. But when the king suspected this and did not respond to the summons, he plotted to deceive him in another fashion. He did not openly become angry with him lest he should alienate him, but in order that he might find him unprepared he set out from Egypt as if to make another campaign against the Parthians at this time. Learning on the way, however, that Octavia was coming from that, he went no further but returned, in spite of the fact that he had then and there ordered her to go home and had later accepted the gifts which she sent, including the soldiers which she had begged from her brother for this very purpose. As for Antony, he became more than ever a slave to the passions and the witchery of Cleopatra. Caesar, in the meantime, now that Sextus had perished and affairs in Africa required settlement, went to Sicily as if intending to sail thither, but after delaying there for some time because of the bad weather, he gave up his plan of crossing, for the Selaci, Terisci, Liburni, and Iapedes, who even before this had been behaving in no decent manner towards the Romans, not only having failed to contribute their assessment of tribute, but also having more than once invaded and ravaged the neighbouring districts, openly revolted at this time in view of his absence. Consequently, he turned back and began various preparations against them. When some of the soldiers who had been discharged when they mutinied and had received nothing wished to serve again, he placed them apart in a single legion in order that, being separate and by themselves, they might find it impossible to corrupt anyone else, and that in case they should wish to begin any rebellion, they might be detected at once. But when they proved no better disciplined than before, he sent out a few of the oldest of them to become colonists in Gaul, thinking that thus he would inspire the rest with hopes and quiet them. And since even then they continued in their insubordination, he called them together as if for some other purpose, made the rest of the army surround them, took away their arms, and removed them from the service. In this way they learned both their own weakness and the strength of Caesar's resolution, and so they really experienced a change of heart, and after urgent supplications were allowed to enter the service anew. For Caesar, being in need of soldiers and fearing that Antony would appropriate them, said that he pardoned them, and he found them most useful for all tasks. But this happened later. At that time he himself led the campaign against the Iapydes, assigning the rest of the tribes to others to subdue. Those that were on the nearer side of the mountains, dwelling not far from the sea, he reduced with comparatively little trouble, but he overcame those on the heights and on the further side of them with no small hardship, for they fortified Metulum, the largest of their cities, and repulsed many assaults of the Romans, burned up many siege engines, and laid low Caesar himself as he was trying to step from a wooden tower upon the wall. Finally, when he still did not desist but kept sending for additional forces, they pretended they wished to make terms, and so received a garrison into their citadel. Then, by night, they destroyed all these men, and set fire to their own houses, some killing themselves, and some their wives and children besides, so that nothing whatever remained of their force to Caesar. For not only they, but also such as were captured alive, destroyed themselves voluntarily shortly afterwards. When these then had perished, and the rest had been subdued without performing any exploit of note, Caesar made a campaign against the Pannonians. He had no complaint to bring against them, not having been wronged by them in any way, but he wanted both to give his soldiers practice and to support them all at the expense of an alien people, for he regarded every demonstration against a weaker party as just, when it pleased the man who was their superior in arms. The Pannonians dwelt in Dalmatia along the very bank of the Ister from Noricum to Moesia, and lead the most miserable existence of all mankind, for they are not well off as regards either soil or climate. They cultivate no olives and produce no wine except to a very slight extent, and a wretched quality at that, since the winter is very rigorous and occupies the greater part of the year, but drinks as well as eats both barley and millet. For all that they are considered the bravest of all men whom we have knowledge of, for they are very high-spirited and bloodthirsty, as men who possess nothing that makes an honourable life worth while. This I know not from hearsay or reading only, but I have learned it from actual experience as once their governor, for after my command in Africa and in Dalmatia, the latter portion my father also held for a time, I was appointed to what is now known as Upper Pannonia, and hence it is with exact knowledge of all conditions among them that I write. Their name is derived from the fact that their sleeved tunics are made up by stitching together pieces of old clothes, which they cut up into strips in a very peculiar way, and call panini. This is their name, whether the reason be what I have stated or some other. But certain of the Greeks, in ignorance of the truth, have called them paeons, an appellation which, though no doubt old, does not however apply to that country, but rather to Rhodope, close to the present Macedonia, as far as the sea. Therefore I also shall call the people of the latter district paeons. but the others Pannonians, just as both they themselves and the Romans do. It was against this people then that Caesar at that time conducted a campaign. At first he did not devastate or plunder at all, although they abandoned their villages in the plain, for he hoped to make them his subjects of their own free will. But when they harassed him as he advanced to Siscia, he became angry, burnt their country, and took all the booty he could. When he drew near the city, the natives for the moment listened to their leaders and made terms with him and gave hostages, but afterwards they shut their gates and underwent a siege. For while they possessed strong walls, yet they placed their whole confidence in two navigable rivers. The one, called the Colops, flows past the very circuit of the wall and empties into the Savus, not far distant. It has now encircled the entire city, for Tiberius gave it this shape by constructing a great canal through which it comes back to its original channel. But at that time, between the Colops on the one hand, which flowed past the very wall, and the Savus on the other, which flowed at a little distance, a gap between had been left, which had been fortified with palisades and ditches. Caesar secured boats made by the allies in the vicinity, and after towing them through the Ister into the Savus and through that stream into the Colops, he assailed the enemy with his infantry and ships together, and had some naval battles on the river. For the barbarians prepared in turn some boats made of single logs, with which they risked a conflict, and thus on the river they killed Menas, the freedman of Sextus, beside many others, while on the land they vigorously repulsed the invader, until they ascertained that some of their allies had been ambushed and destroyed. Then they lost heart and yielded, and when they had been captured in this manner, the remainder of Pannonia was induced to capitulate. After this he left Fufius Geminus there with a small force, and himself returned to Rome. The triumph which had been voted to him he deferred, but granted to Octavia and Livia statues the right of administering their own affairs without a guardian, and the same security and inviolability as the tribunes enjoyed. In emulation of his father, he had set out to lead an expedition into Britain also, and had already advanced into Gaul after the winter in which Antony for the second time and Lucius Libo became consuls, when some of the newly conquered people and Dalmatians along with them rose in revolt. Geminus, although expelled from Siscia, nevertheless recovered Pannonia by a few battles, and Valerius Messala overthrew the Selaci and the others who had joined them in rebellion. Against the Dalmatian campaigns were made, first by Agrippa, and later by Caesar also. The most of them they themselves subjugated after undergoing many terrible experiences. For example, Caesar was wounded, rations of barley had to be given out to some of the soldiers instead of wheat, and in the case of others who had deserted their posts, every 10th man was put to death. With the remaining tribes, Statilius Taurus carried out the war. Antony, meanwhile, resigned his office on the very first day, putting Lucius Sempronius Atratinus in his place, and consequently some name Sempronius and not Antony in enumerating the consuls. In his endeavour to take vengeance on the Armenian king with the least trouble to himself, he asked for the hand of the king's daughter, in order, as he said, to marry her to his son Alexander. He sent on this errand one Quintus Dellius, who had once been a great favourite of his, and promised to give the king many gifts. Finally, at the beginning of spring, he came suddenly into Nicopolis, the place founded by Pompey, and while there sent for the king, stating that he wished to have his aid in planning and executing some measures against the Parthians. And when the king, suspecting the plot did not come, he sent Dellius to confer with him again, and meanwhile, for his own part, marched with undiminished haste towards Artaxata. In this way he succeeded in inducing him to come into his camp after a long time, partly by using the king's associates to persuade him, and partly by using his own soldiers to terrorize him, and by writing and acting towards him in every way precisely as he would towards a friend. Thereupon he arrested him, and at first kept him without fetters, and led him around to the various forts where the king's treasures were deposited, in the hope that he might secure them even without a struggle, for he professed to have arrested him for no other purpose than to levy tribute upon the Armenians for the safeguarding of the king and to maintain his sovereignty. When, however, the keepers of the gold would pay no heed to the king, and the Armenian citizens who bore arms chose Artaxerxes, the eldest of his sons, king in his stead, Antony bound him in chains, for it was unseemly apparently that this man who had been king should be bound in fetters of iron. The chains were made of silver. After this, Antony occupied the whole of Armenia, taking some of the people peaceably and some by force, for Artaxerxes withdrew and went to the Parthian king, after fighting an engagement and suffering defeat. After accomplishing these things, Antony betrothed to his son the daughter of the Median king, with the intention of making him still more his friend. Then he left the legions in Armenia and went once more into Egypt, taking the great mass of booty and the Armenian with his wife and children. Sending them with the captives ahead of him into Alexandria in a kind of triumphal procession, he drove into the city upon a chariot. And he not only presented to Cleopatra all the other spoils, but brought her the Armenian and his family in golden bonds. She was seated in the midst of the populace upon a platform plated with silver and upon a gilded chair. The barbarians, however, addressed no supplications to her, nor made obeisance to her, though much coercion was brought to bear upon them, and many hopes were held out to them to win their compliance, but they merely addressed her by name. This gave them a reputation for high spirit, but they were subjected to much torture on account of it. After this, Antony feasted the Alexandrians, and in the assembly made Cleopatra and her children sit by his side. Also in the course of his address to the people he commanded that she should be called Queen of Kings, and Ptolemy, whom they named Caesarion, the King of Kings. And he then made a new distribution of provinces, giving them Egypt and Cyprus in addition. For he declared that in very truth one was the wife and the other the son of the former Caesar, and he professed to be taking these measures for Caesar's sake, though his purpose was to cast reproach upon Caesar Octavianus, because he was only an adopted and not a biological son of his. Beside making this assignment to them, he promised to give to his own children by Cleopatra the following districts: to Ptolemy Syria and all the regions west of the Euphrates as far as the Hellespont, to Cleopatra the Cyrenaica in Libya, and to their brother Alexander Armenia and the rest of the countries east of the Euphrates as far as India, for he even bestowed the last named regions as if they were already in his possession. Not only did he say this in Alexandria, but he sent a dispatch to Rome as well in order that it might secure ratification also from the people. None of these dispatches, however, were read in public, for Domitius and Sosius were consuls by this time, and being extremely devoted to him, refused to publish them to all the people, even though Caesar urged it upon them. But Although they prevailed in this matter, Caesar won a victory in his turn by preventing any of Antony's dispatches regarding the Armenian king from being made known to the public. For he not only felt pity for the prince insomuch as he himself had been secretly in communication with him for the purpose of injuring Antony, but he also grudged Antony his triumph. Now, while Antony was engaged as described, he had the effrontery to write to the Senate that he wished to give up his office and put the whole administration of the state into the hands of that body and of the people. It was not his intention, of course, to do either, but he desired them under the influence of the hopes he aroused either to compel Caesar to give up his arms first, as being there at hand, or to conceive hatred for him if he should refuse to heed their commands. In addition to these events at that time, the consuls celebrated the festival held in honour of Venus Genetrix. During the Feriae, mere boys who were sons of knights instead of senators served as prefects of the city on appointment by Caesar. Also, Aemilius Lepidus Paulus constructed at his own expense the Basilica Pauli, as it was called, and dedicated it in his consulship, for he was consul during a portion of that year, and Agrippa restored from his own purse the water supply named the Aqua Marcia, which had been cut off by the destruction of the pipes, and carried it in pipes to many parts of the city. These men now, though furthering their ambition by spending their private funds, still acted with retiring modesty and with moderation, but others who were holding even a most insignificant office bargained to get triumphs voted in their own honour, some using the influence of Antony and some that of Caesar, and on this pretext exacted large amounts of gold from foreign states to province the crowns. The next year Agrippa agreed to be made aedile, and without taking anything from the public treasury repaired all the public buildings and all the streets, cleaned out the sewers, and sailed through them underground into the Tiber. And seeing that in the circus men made mistakes about the number of laps completed, he set up the dolphins and egg-shaped objects, so that by their aid the number of times the course had been circled might be clearly shown. Furthermore, he distributed olive oil and salt to all, and furnished the baths free of charge throughout the year for the use of both men and women, and in connection with the many festivals of all kinds which he gave, on such a scale, in fact, that the children of senators also performed the equestrian games called Troy. He hired the barbers, so that no one should be at any expense for their services. Finally, he reigned upon the heads of the people in the theatre tickets that were good for money in one case, for clothes in another, and again for something else. And he also set out immense quantities of various wares for all comers, and allowed the people to scramble for these things. Besides doing this, Agrippa drove the astrologers and charlatans from the city. During these same days a decree was passed that no one belonging to the senatorial class should be tried for piracy, and so those who were under any charge at that time were set free, and some were given a free hand to practice their villainy in the future. Caesar became consul for the second time with Lucius Tullius as his colleague, but resigned on the very first day, as Antony had done, and with the sanction of the Senate he introduced some persons from the populace into the rank of patricians. When a certain Lucius Aselius, who was praetor, wished on account of a long sickness to lay down his office, he appointed his son to his stead. And when a second praetor died, on the last day of his term, Caesar chose another for the remaining hours. At the death of Bocchus he gave his kingdom to no one else, but enrolled it among the Roman provinces, and after the Dalmatians had been utterly subjugated, he erected from the spoils thus gained the porticos and the libraries called the Octavian after his sister. Antony, in the meantime, had marched as far as the Araxes, ostensibly to conduct a campaign against the Parthians, but was satisfied to arrange terms with the Median king. They made a covenant to serve each other as allies, the one against the Parthians and the other against Caesar, and to cement the compact they exchanged many soldiers. The Mede received a portion of the newly acquired Armenia, and Antony received the king's daughter Iotarp, to be united in marriage with Alexander, and the military standards taken in the battle with Stynus. After this, Antony bestowed upon Polemon, as I have stated, Lesser Armenia, made Lucius Flavius consul, and likewise removed him, for he was there with him, and set out for Ionia and Greece to wage war against Caesar. The Mede at first, by employing the Romans as allies, conquered the Parthians and Artaxes, who came again against him. But as Antony summoned back his own soldiers, and, moreover, retained those of the king, the latter was in turn defeated and captured, and so Armenia was lost together with Media.